On this day?
Well, I wanted to play Rage earlier in the week, and then Carrie and I talked about it and thought maybe it would just.
You mean
We
Rage
were
Against
already
the Machine?
agitated. Yeah.
Rage Against the Machine, is that? Well, that I don't know what's so agitating about a band called Rage Against the Machine
Well,
and
Bill,
the music they do. What's agitating about that?
I'm glad you understand that concept because apparently a lot of people don't.
What?
There was a bunch of stuff going around on Twitter yesterday, and Rage Against the Machine was trending.
Yes.
Now, why was it trending? Well, Tom Morello's pretty active on Twitter, and he's had a lot to say about what's been going on, as you might expect.
He's a loudmouth activist.
And there's this whole Twitter chain of people. Here's just one example. Tom Morello, I used to be a fan until your political opinion came out. Music is my sanctuary, and the last thing I want to hear is political. Wait.
Yeah,
is political BS when I'm listening to music. As far as I'm concerned, you and Pink are completely done. Keep running your mouth and ruining your fan base. And of course, Twitter had a field day with this.
Yeah.
I hope Tom Morello said, "Sounds great. Thanks for listening."
What machine did you think they were raging against?
It was probably against the cotton gin, or the threshing machine, or
This has been going on for the past two and a half to 3 years now. I've seen it in music with Roger Waters. I don't like it when my music gets political. Have you listened to Pink Floyd? Do you know what he's talking about? And it's gone back even further with, like, Star Wars fans specifically. I don't like politics in my Star Wars. Are you aware that it's about a rebellion against a government? That's what it's based in.
I don't like politics in my Star Wars.
And I don't like politics in my comic books. Well, you know what? Stan Lee has always said that we reflect what is happening outside our windows.
I have a local story today which will illustrate this point. And the point I would make about all of this is that, in general, there are a lot of stupid people in the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they vote.
And that's what the local story's about.
Boy. But with Rage Against the Machine, not only is it the theme of their music, it's their damn name.
I don't think they. I think they just, they meant a washing machine, didn't they? They was very mad at it because his washing machine kept breaking down. He's raging against that machine.
He posted the cutest cute probably is the wrong word.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same word you use for the Volkswagen, which is not correct.
But he has the sweetest relationship with his mother, who's like 95, and she's been an activist her whole life, and they're both marching, and she's got a poster, and she's just as cool as you think Tom Morello is. His mom is even cooler than he is.
Wouldn't you like to be a cool mom like that?
I want to be a cool mom.
Well, get out there and get into the other room and start yelling at your washing machine. Rage against that machine, Gina. That's the place to start. I don't get it.
Yeah, Andrew in the chat room. When did Star Trek get political? People were upset about Star Trek Discovery. When did Star Trek get political? From day one. All right.
Oh, is that when? That was Star Trek Discovery is what they were referring to.
They were, and what it boils down to is these fanboys, and especially with Star Wars, is that there were too many women in their Star Wars and Star Trek. That's what it boiled down to for some of these fanboys. Yeah, they wouldn't say it's because there are women there. Now they are. They're starting to feel emboldened, and they're starting to say that.
Oh, you mean too many women in positions of power? Not just the subservient Yeoman Rand.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. You had Michael Burnham, who is, the lead of the show. And she's awesome, and, smart and all of that.
Wait.
Oh, well, that's just too much. That's too political.
Wait, Michael? That's a girl?
Yeah.
I don't. Oh, come on.
It don't mean nothing no more.
That's ruining Star Trek for me and Star Wars. It ruins it.
I just got this from Brody. So that tweet I read, apparently Tom Morello actually responded to that exact tweet.
He did.
Here's what he said.
It's
so
great.
The guy who tweeted, his name is Scott Castaneda or something like that. Tom Morello says, Scott, what music of mine were you a fan of that didn't contain political BS? I need to know so I can delete it from the catalog.
Oh, and there was another one that he replied to. He says, ordinarily you'd probably want to get your opinions from, say, a Harvard-educated political science major. Oh, wait, I am a Harvard-educated political science major.
Well, I mean, I happen to like the songs that Rage Against the Machine did about their cats. I loved those, and the one that one they did about the little calf out in the field all by himself, that was so wonderful.
No, kitty! That's a bad kitty!
I started going down the rage hole yesterday.
I have a rage hole, but that's a different thing.
But discovered that Zach De La Roca has done some stuff with Run the Jewels. Now, Run the Jewels is Killer Mike that we saw last week.
He's awesome.
From Atlanta, talking about what was happening there. It's kind of cool to see it all come together. I thought maybe we could play one of the Run the Jewels songs, and then I listened to them and I said, no, we can't.
No.
Not so much.
Play that.
No, not really. Well, Gina, I think this is all a first step toward you being a cool mother.
You think?
Is that?
I think so.
Nice.
I think I'm going to have to shut down my entire internet. Not just the machine that I am broadcasting on, but I'm going to have to reboot the internet or something.
Boy, that's raging against the machine right there, Bill.
Because things are not...
You're all frozen and delayed and having trouble.
I can actually, your words to me are not delayed right now, but there's just something off. I don't know what it is.
Do a hard reset, Bill. Hard reset.
Hard reset of your router, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do.
Well, you can go turn your mic off and go do that, and Gina and I will continue here.
Yeah, well, because I don't want to have anything to do with check-ins. That's for sure. I'm not going to do that.
You mean when we ask people to call 877-602-9696 and let us know they're there? And
stop it. You see? There you go. You're perpetuating it.
Well, like I said, turn your mic off and go reset, and we'll take it from here, and we'll encourage people to not call for check-ins. All right.
So make sure you tell them don't call 877-602-9696 or text. Don't text to 33986.
Exactly. So go ahead, shut down, make it happen. All right.
There he goes.
Yeah. Okay. Check-ins at 877-602-9696.
I want to hear from you. Come and talk to the cool mom, because that's me.
You're the cool mom?
Apparently. Although I wouldn't be a good cool mom. Like, Festus's mom, she lets us come over and drink. Like that kind of cool mom, I wouldn't be that kind
Not that kind of cool mom.
No.
Well, those cool moms usually wind up as boner candidates. So
Exactly.
probably not a good idea to be that kind of cool mom.
No.
Oh, yeah. I could do an hour on Star Wars, Star Trek, and comic book fans who suddenly, don't like politics and the thing that they love so much that is squarely based in politics.
I don't know what story Bill's going to do later about most people being stupid, but I think that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Or we just hear from the stupid more. Maybe the smart people just kind of keep their head down and don't cause trouble. But...
Honestly, I think it's been the past few years because somebody has emboldened all of these people. I wonder who. And they've decided that their dumb thoughts should weigh as much as the smart people's thoughts. You should take into consideration our dumbness as well. Our dumbness should be treated as equally as your expertise.
And they have the platforms where they welcome that content. And...
all the social justice warriors in Star Wars. Oh, it's terrible. Dude, from the beginning, that's what it was. I mean, a rebellion against...
They're rebels.
It is a dark time for the rebellion against the evil galactic empire. Those yellow words that were flying through space sort of set the standard for that. It's political. You know? Don't even get me started on the prequel trilogy. That was entirely political. All right. Let's get this underway then. 877-602-9696 or text 33986. We want your check-ins, X96.
Father's Day is...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg, old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch.
Oh.
We better come up with a plan quick or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you'll be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
No! You've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play word ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically, we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
Well, what about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb-attaching episode of Space Elders!
$6.19. Let's get this over with.
Yeah. Before we officially begin the program, I did get an email from Rhett Thomas.
Oh.
Good-looking Rhett Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, Rhett Thomas had emailed Carrie and Gina only, excluding me, which kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. And he wanted to request an opening song, and I expressed my dismay on the air. And Rhett sent me an email and says, "Bill, I only sent that email to Gina and Carrie because after years of listening, it seems that they are more involved in the opening song selection than you are. I occasionally involve myself in it, but Carrie and Gina sort of decide on what that's all going to be." Rhett says, "As I get down on one knee,
Ooh.
I'm just wondering if you would make me the happiest man in the world."
Wow.
So Rhett has proposed marriage. He's proposed
nice.
marriage to me. I love you all. Bill, a little bit less.
Oh.
Oh, my.
So, but he still wants to apparently marry. Anyway, let's officially begin the Radio from Hell show. And Rhett, I accept.
Oh. Brought to you by our friends at McCool's Public House in Layton, Utah's one and only local family-friendly Irish pub. McCool's is now back in business for dine-in and curbside to-go. Follow McCool's on Facebook for updates.
The moon is on the wane. It'll be gone. It'll be a new moon, as they say, on the 21st day of June. A full moon on July 4th. The moon will set today at 10:42 a.m. Today being Wednesday. It's the 10th day of May?
Yes.
In the year
June.
of our Lord.
10th day of June.
June, excuse me, June.
It's hard.
I keep
We've been
thinking,
home forever.
Yeah, I keep thinking it's May. I don't know why. I have had a hard time transitioning into June. It's National Egg Roll Day.
Ooh.
National Ballpoint Pen Day. National Iced Tea Day. National Black Cow Day. And National Herbs and Spices Day. I'd like a black cow. Wasn't that yeah, it was like a
There's a
sucker,
drink.
wasn't it? Or was it a
There's
drink?
also, there's
I
also
think it's a drink.
Anyway, it is the Radio from Hell show. That's who you're listening to, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the Kentucky Colonels, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, that's me, Gina Barberi, that's her, that you can see us all at x96.com/live. Katie for short, you can see her too in the studio doing her hook 'em horns gesture.
She's rocking out.
And Cynthia and Miriam also helping out. Okay. Check-ins, I guess.
All
Now,
right.
I know we have calls, but I think we should start with a text. Hey, Bill, hug you. I won't do what you tell me. I'll check in if I feel like it. I don't know who it's from, but...
Well, it's Tom Morello. It's from Tom. It says right there, Tom Morello.
All right, let's begin check-ins. We'll start with Amy. Hi, Amy.
Good morning.
Hi. Oh, Bill, you know you have the obnoxious type of fan base that will call exactly when you tell us not to.
I know, you're all like me, contrarians.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, if Bill says that, I'm not. I'm gonna. Yeah. You do exactly the opposite of what I tell you to do.
Exactly.
And I appreciate it. What are you doing today?
Driving to work.
Well, have a lovely day.
You too.
Okay, bye.
Thanks, Amy.
Love having you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amy.
Bye.
All right, let's go to Karen in Wendover.
Hi, Karen.
Good morning. I'm
Hi.
not calling, just in case you didn't know.
You're not calling?
This is
Okay.
Karen
I'm
not
not
calling to check in.
Well, thank you for not checking in the morning, Karen.
Yeah. Hey, Gina, when you were doing your cleaning, don't take it to DI. You're supposed to take it to Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
You're absolutely right, and Carrie Jackson reminds me of that every time.
Yep, exactly. And I agree with you about the washing machine. Cannot find something that doesn't have all the bells and whistles, and it really irritates me.
What do you mean? I found one yesterday. $395, 2 knobs.
And where was it through? I couldn't find. I looked, and I couldn't find one.
Yeah, go. Just look at Home Depot's website. That's what I did. Try the internet, Karen.
Here's the website, Karen. Karen, here's the website.
Yeah.
You ready?
Okay.
Write this down. www. G O O.
Get it?
You get that? G
Yeah.
L E.
Is that .com or .org?
That is .com.
Okay.
There you go, Karen.
Thank you for the help.
Yeah. See you later.
Thanks, Karen.
All right.
Have a good day, guys.
And you told me, and I couldn't hear you say the name of the person that is next. Is it Maggie? Okay, I nearly said Ivy, but Maggie is on the phone now.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi, you guys. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, where are you calling from?
You guys read my email last week. I want to thank you for that. And Gina, Speed Queen, get a Speed Queen.
A Speed Queen? Why a Speed Queen?
Because you get a 10-year warranty. Last time I bought a washing machine that was less than $500, it only lasted 4 years, and I only had a 3-year warranty. So I got a Speed Queen, 10-year warranty.
Okay, I like that.
Was it expensive?
Well, it was, they were like $1,500, but I got it for $1,000, and it only has 3 knobs, just 3, easy.
That's all I want. I want something that's not going to break
Easy.
down and has 3 knobs.
And it's quiet. It's really quiet.
Well, thank you for joining us here in the repair shop. It's nice to have you here talking about washing machines today. And we'll take more calls
doing more
about
laundry these days.
We'll take more calls about washing machines coming up.
Well, we could talk about Little River Band.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
They're no Pablo Cruz. I'll
No,
say
they're
that
not.
for sure. All right.
Hey, thanks, Maggie.
Okay,
Thanks,
love you
Maggie.
guys.
Bye.
Yes. All right. Let's go to Doug. Hi, Doug.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Hey, this is for all of you, mostly for Gina, but heard you yesterday. Well, I listened early, so I get the last half hour of yesterday today.
Ah,
So, talking about Mike Runge and Tom Barberi, I've got a Ophir State Swanee Bucknell's marching band album at home that if you want to borrow to play that, to revive the old show.
You spoke a foreign language there for a second.
Let me help.
Translate.
So my dad, longtime radio personality Tom Barberi, all the people that he did a show with, they put out an album, like a record album, called the Ophir State Marching Band, which was not a marching band. Ophir.
Okay.
There's a town out west called Ophir, and when he first moved here.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. It's where there was a Japanese internment camp. It's true.
No, that's Topaz.
There's Ophir too, I think. But anyway,
they did a whole album of songs and did it as a promotional gag, and I have one. If we ever have a record player that we could play it on. It's hilarious.
I keep asking for a turntable to be installed in that studio that Katie is standing in right now, and I have yet to hear anything else about it.
Do you have a record player, sir?
Yes, I do.
Well, you could possibly tape.
I could bring it down.
Well, or you could tape the record for us.
Oh, I have it. I have a copy of it. We just need something to play it on.
Well, I'm just saying if he could put it, maybe he could put it in a format that we could use it in the studio.
He could tape it, and then we'd have to find a tape player.
Oh, that's right. We don't have any of those anymore either.
No, digitally record it. You can digitally record it.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
Hey, thanks,
Doug.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Okay, we got news coming up, things that must go, all in the same break after these. Traffic, Gina.
Okay, let's see if we have anything this morning. Things are pretty clear. I am looking at the UDOT cameras. The only thing I can see is some construction delays of Foothill Boulevard. They've been doing quite a bit of repaving there. It's down to 1 lane northbound after 23rd East. Expect delays heading toward the University of Utah. But that's it. I see no accidents to tell you about, but you can always text us if you see something, and I will pass it along to friends of the program, 33986. Now is the time at Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets to buy. Cut your payments in half and no payments for 120 days. Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, driven by you.
All right, news after these. Stand by. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID-19 Task Force.
Yeah, listen, go to coronavirus.utah.gov. There's all kinds of information there that you will find useful in the time of pandemic. Remember, if you have any symptoms of COVID, the COVID virus, you should get a test. And those symptoms, of course, well, you know what they are, right? Shortness of breath, a cough, muscle aches, sore throat, or a decrease in smell or taste. If any of those happen to you, get a test immediately. And remember, wear a mask when you're out in public. As much as I was out for a while yesterday, and as much as I hated to do it, I wore one, and you should too. They're a hassle, but it keeps people safe from the germs you may be carrying, the virus you may be carrying. If you want more information about any of that, you should go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
Radio from Hell is now an extra hour.
I was reading one of those woman magazines.
One of your women magazines?
Like your
Ms., your Red Book?
No.
Ladies' Home Journal?
No, like Glamour or Allure or one of those.
Mary Claire?
And not tongue-in-cheek. Because a lot of times they have, helpful tips in there on how to, host a cocktail party.
Mm-hmm.
They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party you're
Well,
going
yeah,
to.
But I mean, this is an art.
Mhm.
They wrote it just like, do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
Are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was. Yeah, you'll go on a killing spree, and now it's don't smoke in the park.
Or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. But this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party,
which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black evening gowns are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing, dreadlocked hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
It was just interesting that it was just presented in a.
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well,
it's just like what?
But but the type of people that read those kind of magazines
are morons.
Maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot. God,
they're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm going to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
Things that must go coming up right after this big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
For decades, the downtown farmers market has been a place to connect with our community, meet the people that grow our food, and celebrate Utah's agricultural heritage. Right now, the future of the downtown farmers market is at risk. Learn more and donate by visiting slcfarmersmarket.org.
Thank you.
I did a little research quickly when Doug called, and I said Ophir was also a site of a Japanese relocation camp in Utah. Not the case. I for some reason thought that there were two, but the Japanese relocation camp that in World War II was in Topaz only, apparently, which is out by Delta, and Ophir's out in that area somewhere too. But.
It's just a funny name of a town.
Well, it's actually a biblical city. That's a city from the Bible, and so I don't know why. And it's not a town anymore. It was disincorporated because nobody really lived there. Everybody said, "This is an S-hole. Let's get out of here. Let's not live in Ophir anymore."
That's why my dad thought it would be funny to say there was a college there.
Mm-hmm. It's also a Utah word.
Yeah, like, oh, for heck's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
There is a protest going on in downtown Salt Lake right now. It's at the city-county building, and there are a lot of people there. It started at 6 o'clock this morning. There are people protesting. This is organized, I believe, by Black Lives Matter, and so far it's peaceful. It's on about 4th South. It's by the library, the cop shop there, the city-county building, all in that area where the protests have been. And it's going on right now. And it might tie up traffic, too. And also, I think they're saying that it might tie up tracks and bus service and things like that, although haven't had any word of that, right?
I'll keep an eye on it. I'll have an eye on that for you throughout the day.
Throughout
Right
the
now,
morning.
things seem fine.
Yeah, people are right now chanting and protesting, but everything is peaceful at this point. Other news here. Game of Thrones actor Halvor Bjornsson. You know who he was in Game of Thrones?
My default answer whenever I hear a name like that is he played the Mountain, right?
Yes. He was Sir Gregor the Mountain Clegane, the guy you never saw, really. I think did we see him in the first
You saw him in the first, and then he was a zombie, and you didn't.
And then
really
he was just
see him.
in armor for the rest of the thing. It could have been anybody, but he broke the world deadlift record in May when he lifted an incredible 1,104 pounds. Mr. Bjornsson is 6'9" and weighs 450 pounds.
Wow.
He has set a string of strength records in recent years, and now he has his sights set on 2 new goals. He wants to win what he's dubbed the heaviest boxing match of all time. And he's also developing a reality show called Beat the Mountain.
Beat the Mountain?
Yeah.
Is it like a trivia contest like mine?
I don't think so.
It's science questions.
The reality show would challenge elite athletes to bouts of strength and endurance as each one tries to beat the mountain. The project is currently being shopped to potential distributors. Good luck, Mr. Bjornsson. Utah has confirmed now 237 new coronavirus cases. 3 more deaths occurred yesterday.
We have the highest positive rate in the country.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that exciting?
No, it's not.
That's Memorial Day, though, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean,
we need to have records of some kind, Gina. This is very disturbing. Also very disturbing is John Huntsman, who was around someone who had coronavirus, a staff member of his. He isolated himself. He had a test, and it came back negative. He not so fast, however.
What?
Not so fast. Apparently, he was notified by the Salt Lake County Health Department that he was given the wrong results when he was told he'd tested negative.
But that doesn't mean he's positive.
No,
it means
he has to retake the test.
Yeah.
Huntsman said he was going to have to take another test after being told authorities had opened and then discarded the sample from the test he took on Friday when the unidentified staffer tested positive for the novel coronavirus, sparking a shutdown of his campaign headquarters and a pause on his personal appearances. Earlier in his campaign had announced that Orrin Hatch had endorsed Huntsman after... and the way Hatch endorsed John Huntsman was they put a pictures of all the candidates out in front of Orrin, and then they put a bowl of applesauce on.
No, that's terrible.
Never mind.
This is fair.
And he said, "Who's that under
He
my
took his glasses
bowl of
off
applesauce?" Yeah, took off his fake
and
glasses and then
Orrin.
and then he said, "What is this hair in my applesauce?" Anyway, Huntsman has to retake the test because somebody screwed up.
Just in time for the primary. That's not great
Yeah.
timing.
Here, speaking of the primary, here's a story I was talking about earlier that will very disappoint you. Polls, there was a Channel 2 news poll, I think it was Channel 2, KUTV, and Utah Policy, that showed Utahns mostly support Mitt Romney, that he has a good approval rate. Not so fast. Apparently not so fast. 2/3 of Utahns who intend to vote in the primary on June 30th say they somewhat or strongly support the job that Trump is doing in the White House. 30% disapprove. Mitt Romney, who has sparred with the president and voted to remove him from office, is now disapprove. His approval rating is going down. Now these are mostly Republicans. These are Republicans who.
Well, aren't these more specifically people that attend the local convention? This isn't.
It just says Utahns who intend to vote, and I think I read somewhere that Utah Republican primary voters.
Huh,
so
okay.
These are Republicans.
I thought it was those specific delegates in the convention.
So I think overall, maybe what's happened here is that overall, when you just survey everybody, Mitt Romney his approval rating is pretty high because there are Democrats and more moderate Republicans in the mix, but Republicans who say they're definitely going to vote in the primary, those would tend to be even more conservative Republicans, and they approve of Donald Trump, and they don't approve of Mitt Romney.
So it's the cult members. Okay.
Yeah, and again, those are people who are planning on voting in the primary. So those are people who probably would vote for Greg Hughes in the primary.
Oh.
So, who wants to be the person to say how we could maybe stop that from happening?
Well,
don't say that, Bill. Say this, because this is the way that doesn't make it sound like you're telling people who to vote for. The only way you can vote in the primary is if you're a registered Republican. Whoever is going to be the next governor of our state will be one of those people in the primary. So if you want to have a say in who is governor, you need to register as a Republican and vote in the primary. Because
if you want to have a say and make sure that Greg Hughes is...
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you act like this primary is the final election day, because it essentially is.
Let's get DeBackus back on the phone, and he can say it for us.
Yeah.
Well, even he didn't want to say.
This is how he said. That's exactly how he said it. That's where I got it from.
Until I said, "You mean Greg Hughes?" And he said, "Yeah, let's face it, that's him."
Well, and mine, my Republican registration ballot came in the mail yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Did it?
Yeah.
I changed my. I went to vote.utah.gov and I in fact I didn't want to do it at first because
me neither.
But
all you are doing is exercising your right to vote, because truly this is the vote for who will be governor. If you don't participate in this primary process, then you don't have a say.
Hold on there. I'm going to change it back to Democrat after the primary, and I'm going to vote for, I think his name is Peterson.
Yeah. Yes.
The Democrat who's running for governor.
You can do that.
I would probably vote for him, and maybe he'll win.
That's my plan. That's what I'm going to do.
You can change your affiliation the day after you vote.
One other quick story here. You know, I thought Ogden was tougher than Spanish Fork. I'm an Ogden boy. I thought I thought we were tougher than the Spanish Fork. But Spanish Fork is going to have their rodeo, they said. Ogden Pioneer Days.
No, if it's Spanish. Oh, Ogden Pioneer Days is canceling.
Is canceling because they're feared of the coronavirus. Well, I ain't afraid of it down there in Spanish Fork.
No.
So, canceled.
Sports weather traffic.
Do you have a car payment? You can get rid of it for the next 120 days at National Buick GMC of American Fork. Get 0% for 84 months on a new Buick or GMC. The Utah Royals are less than a month away from hosting the National Women's Soccer League Challenge Cup. Just a few days ago, they started training as a full team in preparation for it. But one key player will be absent from the tournament. Kristen Press, forward for the Royals and U.S. Women's National Team, won't return to Utah to play in the Challenge Cup. Now, she's not in trouble or anything. The Women's League said, if you can come and play, great. If you don't feel comfortable for whatever reason and don't want to, we won't hold it against you. So she's not in trouble or anything, but she just has chosen not to come back and play. Megan Rapinoe isn't going to be here either.
And did they say it's because they're concerned about...
No, but assumptions can be made. It could be injuries, could be a lot of things. Weather much warmer today and getting warmer throughout the week. High of 78 and sunny. Beautiful weather today. Traffic, as we told you, there's a protest going on right now downtown Salt Lake. Could affect not only the streets, but your track service and bus service in the downtown area. So far, things look okay, but just be aware of that if you're headed downtown. Construction on Foothill Boulevard has the road down to one lane northbound after 23rd East. Expect delays headed toward University of Utah. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. It is time for Things That Must Go. Is it brought to you by?
Pride Month at Iconoclad. Shop rainbow clothing with shipping at iconoclad.com or pick up pride flags, face masks. Katie said she's going to decorate the studio with flags for Pride Month.
Oh, nice.
You can be looking at that. The walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are disturbing you. There are things that are upsetting you very much, and you think, I've got to get these things out of my life. These are things that must go. And so you submit them to us. You send them to radiofromhell at x96.com, put must go in the subject line, and if we mention them on the air, if we talk about it, if we read your must go, maybe it'll help ease your troubled mind, and maybe even these things will go from your life. I have one of my own today. It's my inability to get through a cup of coffee without it going cold. I can't. I guess I'm going to have to start.
Bill, get a thermos.
Put it in a thermos or something. I guess that's what I'm going to have to do, and then just pour out a little bit of a time at a time. Well, that's what I did when I was in the studio. I'd put bring my Mill Creek coffee and in a thermos because I made it at home. But now I'm home. The coffee pot's right over there. So it seems weird to put it in a thermos, but I'm going to have to. Here's one from Bill. It says, Bill, you may use my name, Matt Romero. I'm not generally afraid of spiders. I appreciate their role in our environment. However, I am a CPAP user, and every night that I go to use my CPAP, I'm terrified there's a spider lurking somewhere in my CPAP tube, and it'll attack me in my slumber.
I don't have a CPAP, but I would worry about the same thing if I had one.
I thoroughly search every night with a flashlight throughout the tube, sometimes removing it entirely. I have thought about getting some sort of a mannequin head to put the mask on when I'm not using it, but I don't believe even then that that would put my fears at bay. So I turn to you and the magic of the must go to hopefully get the job done. Thanks, Matt. Matt, you're being stupid. Okay, I hope that gets rid of it for you.
And I've been using a CPAP for years now, and I've never thought about this until today.
This one, hello there, lords and lady. Feel free to use my name. I've been trying to get outside more to help with crippling anxiety of the pandemic, but people outside are not helping. If you and a family member are walking side by side and another person is approaching you, you should move to single file to maintain social distancing. Not one pair I ran into yesterday did that, and I had to go off in the weeds to keep the distance. It's not that hard. Thanks for letting me listen. Geek Show says, hey, Ashley. And this one from Brian. Brian, you don't understand. So Brian says, the audible key clicks you hear when someone is typing on their mobile device. I mean, do you have to see and hear that you struck a key? Seriously? There is such a thing as, what's it called, hepatic feedback or something? If you hear that, as it reinforces that you have done it correctly. That's why it's there.
Yeah, some gas stations have turned off the clicking or the beeping sound when I enter, like in my zip code and all that. And unless it's there, I'm not sure whether I did it. So I'll keep typing 8888.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's there, Brian. It's to give more feedback to what you're doing.
It helps.
Yeah. Gary?
Okay, we'll start with, of course, the struggle bus here up on Mount Doom. Always something new.
You're so brave.
When you can't find the edge of the saran wrap.
I hate that.
It's just the worst.
It happened to me last night.
There must be a way. There must be something that we can do. Anyway, let's see. Please remove these things from my life. They've not given me permission to use their names, so we will not. Retractable leashes, or the people who don't know how to use them, must go. I have 2 of these. I can't tell you how many times I've had friendly dogs come to say hello while walking my dog, and we end up with tangled leashes around us. I want to yell at them and explain that if you retract the leash before you get to us, we could avoid injury and the humiliation of trying to detangle the 3 leashes and my ankles while we're in the middle of the crosswalk on a busy road. Keep the dog next to you when there are other dogs present. Don't let the leash go crazy. Number 2, on Memorial Day, we watched a pickup truck full of young men pull up and start dutifully placing American flags on the front yards in the neighborhood. This is a nice gesture, but somehow the ceremony has become mundane. My husband and I recalled our experience in scouting decades ago. We were taught to never let the flag touch the ground and a particular way of folding it between flying it. We wondered out loud what these young men had been taught because they were dropping them and behaving as though they were delivering newspapers. As the adult in charge drove them around very efficiently so he could simply check off one more thing to do before the next meeting. All right. So thanks for letting me listen. This one, go ahead, use my name. It's Adam. The thing that must go is my coworkers trying to talk to me while I'm listening to my backlog of Geek Show that I saved up to listen to when I came back to work after 2 months. I'm sorry, but this is infinitely better than what you might be saying to me. I can't hear you anyway. Thank you for making my work tolerable. And finally, this from Emily. Dear Lords, the thing that must go is you 3 bitching about having to be on until 11 a.m. Don't you realize that I and tens of other Utahns rely on you as our number 1 source of news and entertainment during these troubled times? Chins up. You're all doing a great job. Emily. There we go. Gina?
Hello, I hope your quarantine is going great. It's been quite some time since I was last able to listen, so I'm not sure if you still read these. Yes, we're reading them. I work at a local restaurant. We've been doing curbside since March, and although I'm grateful that people are still supporting us, what must go is when I bring their food out, but they're too busy making out to notice me there. I'll wait a solid 15 seconds, knock on the window, etc., but if they still don't notice, I'll just walk away. What also must go is rude, impatient, careless, third-party delivery drivers. Please stop picking your nose while picking up someone else's food. This is why I don't do this. Please, if you sneeze, don't use your hand to wipe your snot. And if you have snot all over your hands, don't use your pant leg as a tissue. Yes, I've actually seen this happen. Guys who only tip if we, quote, sound hot on the phone. My apartment never fixing our AC correctly. My apartment not telling us the place was infected by cockroaches before living in it. The list goes on and on. It always does.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me listen. You guys are the best. My current thing that must go is the carpet that the previous owner of our home used as a weed barrier, I'm guessing. So now we have to dig it up and go about 3 inches of dirt and weeds on top. So far I haven't found a body, though. Also, Black Lives Matter, wear a mask, ignorance and racism must go. Love you guys. Paulette.
Thank you.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic.
Ducks in the Road, 114th South at daybreak. Friend of the program sent that in. Make way for ducklings.
Yes.
Crash I-15 northbound approaching 2100 North exit in Lehigh. 2 center lanes are blocked, but Highway Patrol has just arrived on the scene and is pushing vehicles over to the right side of the freeway. Construction on Foothill Boulevard has the road down to 1 lane northbound after 23rd East. Expect delays headed toward the University of Utah. And there's an early morning protest downtown Salt Lake that could affect traffic and bus service and track service. So far it's not, but just be aware of that if you're headed downtown. That might cause you some slowage. It's Pride Month. Iconoclad. Shop rainbow clothing with shipping at iconoclad.com or pick up pride flags and face masks at their walk-up window 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners and big boy news all coming up. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Oh, I just heard from Tyler. He texted in. My AC guy texted to check in this morning from Scott Hale.
Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Tyler has been to Gina's house doing work on the on the AC, right?
Yep.
So you could get right now a $39 air conditioning tune-up with a free leak check from Scott Hale. Also, a $500 discount on a new furnace and central air system, plus free standard size air filter and seasonal air freshener. That's a hail of a deal, as Scott likes to say. Call Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. It's 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE. They can do a virtual technician visit if you like and kind of diagnose things over the phone. You can also find out more and schedule things by going to Scott's website, scotthale.com.
Technology has evolved to the point.
I'm a bad mom, I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly, we're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us, Gray Whale up by the U.
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was country fair at Festus's school. Now, country fair is not like chickens and cows and
like you would. Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair. It's a country fair.
It's a country fair.
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
What country did Festus have?
He had Iraq.
Oh,
of course he
good.
did. Yeah.
And so yesterday.
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
No, he has a brother who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, well, everybody said they're bringing food. As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various countries.
It would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house, and I see that
Did you have some hummus or anything?
Well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to say that to your husband, your Egyptian husband,
he's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look
it'll
authentic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we go to the country fair and
the country fair.
The country fair. And come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair. And Joe said, "What happened to
the pastries that I was so looking forward to eating?"
And I said, "Well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those. And I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look." And he said, "The Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like that would be like if you took, pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a Mexico country.
Oh my God, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody.
Of course
said
they didn't know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. Like
Dr. Sam wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
me.
For me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good.
You don't know. You didn't try them.
No, I did.
Okay.
Before anybody else touched them, because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried one.
You have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about germs.
Oh yeah,
Do you wear slippers at home, or
Yes.
will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
She won't walk She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to wait.
difficult until you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James.
We're going to have a show on obsessive
no.
Let's do
compulsive
it.
That's
disorder,
not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Ah,
being
he's-
cautious.
It's
That's
Dr.
different.
Sam. You
Cautious?
Yeah. You can argue with Dr. Sam.
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam. Uh, 7:05 right now. We do have round one of your boners coming up now. Bill, real quick before we get to what we're going to talk about, you were talking about your coffee getting cold.
Yeah, my Mill Creek coffee getting cold there.
Yes. Might I suggest, go to x96.com/live if you want to see us broadcasting from our homes. There's a split screen, and we have cameras set up in each of our places. You might want to try this. This is a Yeti insulated cup.
I have some Yeti big tumblers, bigger ones than that. But
This one's for wine specifically, but
Yeah.
you could use it for coffee. But just put some boiling water in it in the morning.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
let it sit for about 5 minutes, and then
Does it have a
might
lid?
work. It does not have a lid.
Oh.
I have something like that from Sundance.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's a Yeti.
This was
I'll
a
get
gift
it in a
from,
minute.
This was a gift from some of Sue's friends, and see, they put the K on the front, and on the back they engraved it, "Avengers Assemble."
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, nice.
All right.
So there was a mishap of some sort in the Barberi Jones household. I saw the picture.
So, yeah, if you follow me at RFH Gina, and I sent it to Katie, maybe she can put it up. So, I've been broadcasting from our guest room, which I don't know if I'll ever have a guest again. Probably not. So, this is probably just my my studio
So
forever.
you think people have just abandoned you and they never want to come over again?
I don't know that I want anyone, a guest, sleeping in my
Well,
house.
with an attitude like that, of course you won't have any guests.
Now, I'm looking at the picture, and I'm not sure what I'm seeing.
Well, so if you go to
I can-
x96.com/live.
I'm sorry, I just figured it out because of what I'm seeing live here, too.
So if you go to x96.com/live, you can see me. And perhaps you've watched this before. Notice anything different in my shot there?
I just
Oh,
did, yeah.
No
And-
poster.
So
And
I have been putting up posters like Carrie has. You've changed your poster again today.
Yeah, today it's part 3 of the Star Trek 4-part series. This is Zachary Quinto.
So I've been putting up posters, and most recently I had this one. This one that's
That's the surfing one.
yeah, Step into Liquid that my cousins are in. So, but their movie posters are huge, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was propping it up in the window right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now the window ledge is not very wide,
Oh.
so you, so it's hard to get it to stay put there in the window ledge. So I thought I was really smart, and I thought, well, if I put something heavy in front of it to hold it there, it'll stay put.
Your error here is what you just said, and I'll quote: "I thought I was being smart."
And so I put two things in front of it: a very heavy vase, and then that wasn't quite enough. So I thought, I need something that's not obstructive of the poster, something small, but something heavy that I can put in front of it. So I went to the pantry and I got a jar of cocktail olives.
Perfect choice. Have you ever noticed when somebody says, "I thought I was being smart," it means that they weren't being smart?
And so I've been doing that for a while. I've had a couple of different posters here. This was not a recent smart thing I thought I did, and it had been working fine.
You mean you've had cocktail olives there every time?
The whole
for every
time.
poster? Huh.
Until yesterday, when I hear a crash, and I walk in the room, and before I see anything amiss, I smell vinegar very strongly coming from the room, a briny smell, and I look on the floor. But I have carpet in the room, so you'd think a jar of olives could fall on the carpet and not do any damage. My suspicion, and if you see the picture, I don't know if we have it up at
No, you're right. That's exactly what happened.
So the olive jar fell, and then on top of that, the heavy vase fell and smashed the jar of olives. And I had tiny bits of glass and pimentos.
And Zero Res will be coming over tomorrow.
And it still smells like brine in here.
Well, that's okay. I like that briny smell. But
I mean, there are worse smells you could have. But I said on Twitter, I said that we had a celebrity death, and I said it was a celebrity because the olives had been prominently displayed on x96.com/live for weeks and weeks. And
what brand of olives were they?
Oh, I don't know.
Instead
They're whatever
of,
Joe puts in his martinis.
You see, instead of using jars of olives to prop things up, I've been using things to prop things up with my posters, and this is unbreakable.
What, the Batmobile?
It's the Batmobile toy, so it's not going to break, and it doesn't leak, liquid or anything.
It's not full of brine.
And I have in mind a wire that runs across. Can you see that wire? x96.com/live, and that wire has dozens of little clips available to it, and you can display all kinds of things by hanging them from that wire.
That's smart. It's not a jar of olives.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I think it's by her, right?
Yeah. I think
I really did. I thought I was smart. I'm like, heavy jar of olives will keep my poster from falling.
And now your husband, no more martinis for a while?
No, that's it. I don't know. I haven't shopped for olives, or is there a run on toilet paper and olives at the store? I don't even know.
I don't know. I went into the grocery store yesterday for the first time in a really long time, and it was kind of surreal. I didn't care for it.
Surreal in what way?
Just to see everybody wear masks.
Yeah, if you haven't been going, I can see it. See, I'm used to it now, but I can see if you haven't been that it would feel weird.
I have not been in a grocery store since the day we left the stew. So 10 weeks.
Yeah,
I haven't been in a grocery store.
We only leave the house maybe every other week once, and that's it. And it's not been to the grocery store. We've been having groceries delivered.
But I will say that I think everyone I saw in the grocery store up in the Avenues, Smith's, everyone had a mask on. It wasn't very crowded, and everyone had a mask on. Although there was some soft drink delivery guy there, I don't remember which one, but he had a mask on, except he had it pulled down, so his nose was exposed.
Do that. Wear the whole thing.
I know why he did it, because as I wore that mask and was walking around the store, and then I went down to the liquor store, it's hard. It's hard to breathe. You know, it's a little obstructive. You know, and then if you have on sunglasses or something, it'll start to fog up your glasses because of your breath is condensing, and it's what a pain. But I'm afraid that's going to be the norm for the rest of our lives.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start buying some nice fashionable masks, because we're
at Iconoclad.
I have that. I was wearing that nice Iconoclad black one with the little filters
vents
on the front. Which I was a little worried about, because I thought, well, does air get through that? No, there's actually some kind of
there's a filter in there.
Filter on those little vent things too.
It's supposed to make it easier to breathe.
Yeah, and it wasn't. I mean, it's not horrible, but that mask fits me better than any of the ones we've got.
Well, it's because it's got Velcro, so you can
and it's big.
You can adjust it.
I'm afraid I have a big face.
All right, let's get some traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we've got a crash westbound I-80. This is at milepost 114. It's west of Wright Brothers Drive in Salt Lake, off to the right shoulder. Vehicle fire reported I-15 northbound approaching 33rd South. Fire truck is on the scene blocking the right lane. Let's see, we also have crash northbound I-15 2100 north exit in Lehigh. 2 center lanes are blocked, but Utah Highway Patrol is on the scene. And let's see, somebody, friends of the program, says northbound 2100 north rec is cleared and out of the way, no problems, thank you. See what happens when friends of the program participate? We can give you the most up-to-date information. They do that via text at 33986.
All right, round one of your boners coming up. What do we got?
Let's see, we've got boner candidate number 1, hey, you kids. Boner candidate number 2, no. And boner candidate number 3, if this is true, what the hell is wrong with you guys?
All right, that's round one of your boners. Big boy news, opinnuendo, all coming up after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust. Right now, people are wanting to get back on the road. Everybody's wants to get out, and few people will be flying, I think, so mostly you're going to get in your car, and you want to make sure that everything is ready. So you might need new tires, you might need brakes, shocks, you might need oil changes or an alignment. Your air conditioning might need some work. Go to a local Big O tire store, and they can handle all of that for you. Also, you can get $150 off a set of Big O brand tires with your Big O City Card through June 21st. Big O knows the tires can be an unexpected expense. That's why there's no credit needed financing. And no matter what your budget, no matter what your situation, they will help you get back on the road safely. Big O Tires, locally owned and operated. I like the one on 2nd East and South Temple. 42 locations along the Wasatch Front. Find a Big O Tire store near you by going to BigOTires.com.
Father's Day.
We're broadcasting here from Namche Bazaar in Nepal. We're sitting in my room at the Zomling Guest House and Panoramic View restaurant. I met the owner a few minutes ago and did a little interview with him. Maybe you'll hear some of that coming up on the show at some point. An interesting man. His name is Saddam Sherpa, and he is he's from Tibet. He came here from Tibet. And I was just going to ask Geljan, you don't mind being on the radio for a second, do you, Geljan? I'll come over and sit by you. I heard people asking you today about Sherpa. What is that? Is that a last name, or what is it, or why do they say Sherpa?
Yeah, Sherpa means the name of our caste. We have different family name. Like, for example, my name is Geljan Sherpa, and then my family name is Lama. Yeah, so I really want to make it clear the people who are very confusing about the Sherpa people. The people think the Sherpa is like our name of our profession. So it's wrong. So Sherpa means our caste name.
It's your caste name. And what does Sherpa mean? You told me that today.
Sherpa means in our language that we are Eastern people. We came, Shar means East, Pa means people, and we came from the east part of Tibet. So that's why.
Why did you all come here from Tibet?
Yeah, there's a quite confusing. Somebody says there's two things. Somebody says maybe that time there was very big influenza disease, and so that people were very scared, and they come over here to the Nepal. And somebody says there was a war. There's like a civil war, and then there's a people they lose the war, and then they came over here. And but yet we don't know which one is true.
And this was hundreds of years ago, right?
No, it's approximately 500 years ago. We don't have exact data.
Yeah, 500 years ago. And from what I've heard you say about Tibet, I mean, there's a kind of a longing for Tibet. Is that true? If somehow you could go back to Tibet, is there some feeling like that?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused about your question.
I mean, you hold Tibet with a great deal of reverence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Tibet is, of course, really no more. And we'll talk to Geljan later on in the trip too. He's very worried. He thinks the Sherpa people are going to be no more at some point, and so we'll talk about that. But that's it for now. I'm Bill Allred, broadcasting at the Zamling Hotel and Panoramic View Restaurant in Namche Bazaar, Nepal.
All right, 7:21 right now. It is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll go up against the winner of Round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We get 3 different candidates there. We get a winner there. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. Boner of the day is decided by you at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when it all goes down. Right now, you've got to pick a champion to send forward from round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. One day you will possess this. in your hot little hand the Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, you kids! Hey, you... Cut it! You damn kids! It's this, the way this is written, it's Karen has struck again. This is the, I guess we'd call it a meme that's going around very strongly that...
I know very nice Karens. I don't like that Karen is used in a pejorative.
Well, it is, and Karen has struck again, this time at a park where some little kids were taking a Power Wheels toy car for a spin.
Oh, I saw this one, yeah.
And she was ready to pull them over. The old lady, the one Twitter user hilariously dubbed Grand Karen, is upset watching the children, and she said, they're just letting them drive that thing all over the place. The woman says the kids are just playing with their toy vehicle. So the woman who's with the kids, they're just playing with the toy.
Yeah, it's just a toy.
But this old woman says, I've never seen a car in the park before, and what bothers me the most is that those kids don't have driver's licenses.
How big of a toy car was this? Was she really confused?
Top speed 5 miles an hour.
Yeah. It's one of those,
Power
electric
wheels. Yeah.
Power wheel toy cars, that you ride, and Jeeps and, Barbie's Corvette. I don't know, you pick your model.
Mm-hmm. And she also yells about them being unsupervised, even though there's clearly a woman there with them.
Yes.
Don't we have more important things to complain about?
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, you kids! By the way, the boner candidates today, I had any number of choices of racist, horrible things that I could have put in. I decided to seek out only non-racist, non-horrible boner candidates today.
As a refresher?
Yeah, I just couldn't.
Thank you.
I could have done 6. 6 boner candidates of horrible, racist, just dreadful stuff. And I'm not doing it today. So here's boner candidate number 2. No, no, no. This is so wrong. A nail salon, known for its shocking creations, nail polish creations, is dividing opinion again. I don't know why there is a divide of opinion, with a design featuring breasts that produce milk. Nail Sunny, which has salons in Russia and Los Angeles, is known for its quirky offerings using nails with ears that ooze pus, and its most recent nail invention, unveiled on Instagram, shows breast-shaped coverings which glue onto nails and cover the top of the finger, and each one is fitted with a little nipple that leaks white liquid, aimed to resemble breast milk.
Why?
A clip showing the nails being applied was captioned, "Did you recognize your breast? Which one of these?"
They're really strange looking.
No. There's nothing to wonder here. It's just wrong. No. It's stupid. No. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. If this is true, it's really bad.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com.
Just a little palate cleanser here. David Fincher, a director that people like a lot. I know, Carrie, you like a lot of his movies. Seven.
I like Seven.
Fight Club.
Oh, yes, yes.
He did one of the Alien movies.
That's right. He did, I think, 3.
Yeah, is it Alien Resurrection, I think? Anyway, he's an interesting guy, and he's written out a list of his 26 favorite films. I don't know why 26, but I think it's kind of interesting. And see how many of these you've seen. And it's in no particular order. He just says, these are my 26 favorite movies: Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Chinatown, Dr. Strangelove, The Godfather Part 2, he's specific, Taxi Driver, Being There, All That Jazz, Alien, the Ridley Scott one, Rear Window, Alfred Hitchcock, Zelig, Woody Allen, Cabaret, Paper Moon by Peter Bogdanovich, Jaws, Lawrence of Arabia, All the President's Men, 8.5 by Fellini, Citizen Kane, Days of Heaven, Animal House, Road Warrior, The Year of Living Dangerously, American Graffiti, Terminator, Monty Python and the Holy Grail, The Exorcist, and The Graduate.
There's no interesting one. All of those sound like they could be in a these are the best movies of all time list. I wanted one quirky one in there.
I have seen all of those except for 5.
I haven't seen Paper Moon, I don't think.
I have not seen Paper Moon nor Cabaret.
Cabarets I've seen.
No Lawrence of Arabia, no 8.5, and no, what was the Days? Because I just quickly wrote Days.
Oh,
toward the
it's end. You mean, was it the year? Oh, Days of Heaven, Terrence Malick.
Days of Heaven. I've not seen that one.
Yeah.
I wanted one offbeat one crazy one.
Why?
Because you said there were 26. I expected 25 straight ahead. These are all good movies, and then one,
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, something like.
I don't understand
one fun
why.
one. I wanted a fun one.
Why don't?
The
There's
Muppet movie.
plenty of fun
it's just
movies
a list
in
of
there.
good movies, and that's boring.
I don't get it. I
Here's
just
a list
don't
of
get
good
you.
movies.
I just don't get you. He says he says he talks about all of them, and he says what does he say about Jaws? I think it was pretty cool. I can't find it now. Anyway, there you go. I'm sorry it disappointed you, Gina.
I wanted, Escape to Witch Mountain or something.
Why?
On there.
Why? That would be stupid.
Oh, wait, I found the 27th. It's Herbie Goes Bananas.
There you go. Perfect. That's what I
Happy
wanted.
now.
I don't get it. All right. Authorities arrested a man married to the mother of 2 missing children after investigators said that they recovered human remains Tuesday at his home in Idaho. Chad Daybell booked into the Fremont County Jail after the discovery of these remains. Assistant Rexburg Police Chief Gary Hagan said the remains, which have not been identified, were discovered as several police agencies served a search warrant at his Salem property just north of Rexburg on Tuesday. Daybell's wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, is in jail in Rexburg already, charged with felony child endangerment. Police say her son and daughter were last seen in September. Their disappearance has captured nationwide attention. I don't know. They searched his place before. They've searched it again, and this time they found human remains, they say.
I think this is the first time they've gone digging.
Yeah.
Well, now see, the question I would ask is why didn't they do that before?
Well, because those are different warrants, probably.
Yeah.
They cover different things.
Okay, just doesn't make sense. Why didn't they just do it? Like, for instance, when this horrible murder happened out by the fairgrounds here, they immediately got warrants and were able to go through through the fire in the backyard and find human remains. They did that pretty quickly. What the hell is going on in Idaho that this is taking so long?
I believe there is a lot there that we are not privy to that will come out at some point, and it will make sense.
See, these are the things
I don't think they're just not wanting to find out.
These are the things that you are never reasonable about, and now you're being reasonable. You are never reasonable about things like this, and now you're being reasonable.
I think when you get a warrant, you have to say to the judge, we suspect that we will find blank at this location. And they probably didn't have anything to say, we will find body parts at this location.
Police Chief Mike Brown said he will formally introduce a policy to ban the use of chokeholds on suspects and tear gas on crowds. He said, we don't do that anyway, but there is no formal policy that says we don't. He said that he will formally ban them in a draft policy that will be presented to council members today. Through our training and practice and culture, I've never been taught that. I'm not saying it doesn't need to be written down. I'm just saying we don't teach that, and we don't train that, and on the streets we don't use those techniques. The chief said he was willing to formalize it, though, of course, the use of tear gas is not allowed, except in a SWAT situation. And he said it wasn't deployed during last week's protests in Salt Lake. Salt Lake council members questioned the chief, the police use of force, de-escalation training, implicit bias, and civilian review boards for officer-involved shootings during a lengthy meeting on Tuesday.
Well, they may not teach it during training, but I think they're learning it afterwards. If you saw John Oliver this past week, there's a guy who makes his living and has hundreds and hundreds of police conventions come, and he teaches them warrior training.
It's called killology, Carrie.
Killology, that's
It's the theory of killology.
It's like sexology, but killing.
So they're learning it somewhere.
So, President Trump, the tweet that he did about the old man who was pushed down in Buffalo.
A new low, and that's saying something for him.
His tweet said that maybe he was part of Antifa, and this is all staged. And Kerry was mentioning this yesterday, and I don't think we talked about it on the air. Now, Republicans, reporters have gone to Republicans and said, okay, here's what the President of the United States tweeted. And how did the Republicans, most of them, respond? So reporters printed out copies of Mr. Trump's post, the one containing...
So they couldn't say they hadn't read it.
Containing the unsubstantiated suggestion that the old man was an Antifa provocateur who staged his own assault. And so they give them to the Republicans, and they still didn't disavow it.
Because before, that was their thing. Oh, I haven't seen it or I haven't read it. And that's smart of them to hear. Well, here it is then. It'll take you 2 seconds to read that. What do you have to say?
Marco Rubio had said, I didn't see it and I don't read Twitter. I only write on it. Handed copies of the post. Senator Kevin Cramer, Republican of North Dakota, looked at the page and said, well, I don't even know the episode he's talking about. Bull. Senator Ted Cruz says, I have a long-standing policy of not commenting on the president's tweets.
Yeah, but more than happy to, comment on, Democrats' tweets.
Yeah. It's just stunning. It is stunning. Now, there are a few Republicans. There are more Republicans now who are finally turning away from this president. But not enough of them at this point. And here in Utah Republican primary voters back President Trump, lock, stock, and barrel. Do you agree or disagree with President Trump's vow to deploy the U.S. military to U.S. cities to help quell recent protests that have sometimes become violent? 60% of the Republicans polled agree with the president's statement. 60% here in Utah. I'm stunned.
Vote in the primary.
Yeah. Let's see, where do we want to go here? Testing nursing home workers. Like all nursing home workers in New York, Shaquila Davis is required to get a test for coronavirus twice a week, part of a state order aimed at containing the startling death toll of residents in nursing homes. But she says her employer says, we're not going to test you twice a week. And there's it's a whole thing we don't have time to go into now. But nursing home, because it's expensive. Your insurance should take care of that. We're not going to take care of it. And people in nursing homes are so vulnerable.
Well, and it should be taken care of federally, but there is no federal plan to do anything about COVID anymore. They're just ignoring it now.
Yeah.
All right. Weather traffic.
Beautiful day today, warmer than yesterday, sunny and a high of 78. Tomorrow will be close to 90, and Friday will be above 90. Well, I don't know what the weather's problem is, why we can't just hover in the, nice 79, 82 degree area for days and days. Just a couple of days. Can't we? No, apparently we can't do that. Traffic, we've got a crash westbound I-80. Milepost 114 west of Wright Brothers Drive in Salt Lake on the right shoulder. Vehicle fire reported I-15 northbound approaching 33rd south. And there is a demonstration going on downtown Salt Lake this morning. We're not used to having them so early, so that could be affecting your traffic downtown. I don't see any issues so far, but they're saying it could affect not only driving, but tracks and bus service through the downtown area, so just be aware of that if you're headed that way. Now through June 10th, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Here's boner candidate number 3. If this is true, and I suspect it is, now it might have been corrected.
We had some texts about it.
Okay. So this was tweeted at me a while ago, and then I just tweeted it again this morning. West Valley City. It's a picture, and it says it was approximately 5470 west, 3500 south. It says, "What is that wheelchair blocking utility pylon doing in the middle of the sidewalk? Bill, please make this boner of the day."
So
and it's a sidewalk. You want to describe it? Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to explain
let me
what
describe
it is.
Okay. It's a picture that was tweeted at me of apparently a sidewalk, but there's a break in the sidewalk, and they've put a concrete pylon there, right in the middle of the sidewalk, for a utility pole, supposedly. That's what it looks like.
That's not what it is.
What is it?
It's a communications box in the middle of the sidewalk. This isn't a construction area. You'd have to go through orange barrels to get to that sidewalk. They are not finished with construction yet. They'll have the box moved when the road opens. So it's there for
now I'm looking at
purposes.
it closer. It does look like a concrete pylon from a distance.
It does, yeah.
And that's why someone tweeted that to me as a boner candidate. So you probably don't want to vote for that one. And I put it in there mainly because I didn't want to do racist boner candidates today.
It's not racist.
No, it's not.
You see what happens? You should have just went the easy route.
Yeah.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, you kids. Old lady mad at kids in a park because they're driving a toy car without driver's licenses. Why, you
hog.
You rapscallions. That's number 1. Number 2, no. This is just wrong. A nail salon putting little tiny breasts on fingernails as a fashion thing, and they secrete a little white milky fluid. It's just wrong, and those are the only 2 boner candidates you're voting for. Hey, you kids, and no.
Okay. Now the time has come. You need to vote for round 1. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. 1 or 2, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Tell them. Or go to x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting June 10, 2020, and vote there. Now remember, this is round 1. It's not Boner of the Day. We got round 2 coming up at 8:20. We'll have 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there. Then we'll take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide Boner of the Day for real. So right now, you've just got to pick your champion for round 1. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go.
I was so angry.
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I got home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic,
Bill treed a coon.
A 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a... Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He got he stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Hi, Rose.
Get away.
Shake his fist. Roadhog.
His
little birdie finger.
One of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me mad.
What are you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on the
Why you were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
He's farting.
Taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No.
Taking the night wind.
No.
Is what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't need this crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog, Chase, killed one in the backyard. And ever since then, they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get them.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with this.
I just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while.
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
Raccoon will kill a cat.
I know. They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. It just drives me crazy.
Well, gotta kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
I'm going to just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
As soon as we award round one of your boners right here, it's your chance to call in and talk to Dr. Cobble. Ask him questions that you may have about COVID-19, myths that you want cleared up.
I got questions.
Everybody got questions about the COVID. So 877-602-9696, your chance to talk to an actual medical professional as opposed to a guy on Facebook about what's really going on with COVID-19. 877-602-9696. Right now, let's quickly award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by sesame breaded pork cutlets.
That sounds good. It was. And the Gateway welcomes you back. Whether you're shopping, dining, or strolling, you'll find increased cleaning protocols, safely spaced seating, dedicated pathways to keep you safe, planned events to keep you connected to art and culture. Visit @thegateway.com.
We had boner candidate number one. Hey, you kids! Crotchety old lady in the park yelling at kids. They had a little Power Wheel car, one of those, goes 5 miles an hour, and they're driving it around in the park. Their mother or some supervisory adult was with them, but this old lady's yelling at them for not having driver's licenses. That's boner candidate number one. Boner candidate number two was, no, this is just wrong. Putting this nail salon, putting these little miniature breasts on fingernails that secrete, it's just disgusting. And then the one, boner candidate number three, turned out to be not true, so we sort of discarded it. But 3 people still voted for it anyway. But the winner was boner candidate number one, the crotchety old grandma, hey, you kids.
That's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does against round two. That happens at 8:20. 3 different candidates. And we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That is when you will decide boner of the day. All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Oh, yeah, we could sponsor it. Sure, why not? How about Feldman's Deli?
Sure.
Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com.
And we have on the line with us, I believe, Dr. Michael Cobble. He's been here with us, I think 10 weeks in a row or more to answer questions about the COVID-19 pandemic and also to clear up a lot of myths, as Carrie said. So, first of all, Dr. Cobble, thanks for being here. And the myth I'd like you to clear up, is it true that if a black cat runs across your path that you'll have bad luck?
Yeah, that's been true for decades.
Okay, then good.
Scientifically proven.
Good.
True.
Because I always thought it was true. So, Dr. Cobble, nice to hear your voice again. And and Katie said she came in and got a antibody test at your office.
Yeah.
At
well,
Canyons
she got
Medical.
the acute test. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And and she's just fine. And she said it was a pleasant experience, all in all. So
paid her to say that.
Gina said you had some questions today, right?
Well, so I was reading the story in the Tribune today, Dr. Cobble, and it says that, and as Bill mentioned, we'd been talking to you for 10 weeks, and you'd think, oh, well, things are getting better 10 weeks on. And they're just not. This Tribune says Utah's rate of positive tests for the coronavirus is rising faster than almost all other states, according to data collected by Johns Hopkins. So there's that. And then there's this that I would love for you to explain, because I've talked to people who are like, well, we only have so many positive cases, and look at all the ones that are recovered. I don't know why the word recovered is used to describe these people, but even here in the Tribune it says, and I've heard you say it before, and I'd love you to comment on this, for all those who have tested positive, 7,391 are considered recovered. Recovered meaning they've survived for at least 3 weeks after diagnosis. Just survived. They're not better. They just haven't died.
What are the lingering effects, I think, is what Gina's getting at. What can be the lingering effects if you haven't died?
Yeah, I think recovered means that you're out of the hospital or you're over the acute phase, but you can have lingering depression, you can have mental issues, you could have vascular issues, you could have heart issues, lung issues that persist for over a year. So just being recovered, meaning you're past the phase of possible death, it's it's not. I guess you've walked out of the hospital and you're still breathing, but there could be a lot of impact on your life for the next 3 to 12 months or longer.
I guess we don't really know what the long-term health effects are of this for some people.
I think if they're healthy going in, that they'll probably be okay.
Mm-hmm.
If they have multiple medical problems going in and they survive it, then it could just contribute to the underlying diabetic condition they have, or organ disease dysfunction they have, or emphysema, COPD, or whatever. But young, healthy folks should recover and be pretty close to normal in 3 to 6 weeks. But again, about 12 to 15% of them will have ongoing pulmonary problems or organ problems for a year or two.
877-602-9696 if you have a question for Dr. Cobble about coronavirus. The World Health Organization had to kind of backtrack a little bit about asymptomatic people. You should just not be fooled. You can be asymptomatic and still have the disease, correct?
Yeah, again, if you're in groups and you're talking loudly, you're vocal, you're aerosolizing this, you're spreading it. And again, you're infecting 3 people per day. So you could walk around and infect 20 people if you're not masking and you're not doing social distancing. I think the big thing is if your employer is being respectful and protecting your work environment, and if the workers are being respectful and protecting their work environment, then the spread's not going to be very dramatic. But if people are not paying attention to the guidelines and they're not doing the things that we've talked about for the last 10 weeks, then this is going to spread. And, you know, Utah opened up on March 21st, and we've seen the most cases in the last 10 days. We've seen more cases in the last 10 days than we saw in the previous 30.
So does that mean though, are you saying that, okay, we could open up if people behaved in the way they should, masks, hand washing, staying home when they're sick, we wouldn't have had this big jump in cases?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, when I'm out and about and I'm wearing my mask, and of course at work I wear the mask, and the majority of my patients wear their mask, and they're very respectful. But when you go out in the community, you see 90% of people not wearing a mask, and they're out hugging, and they're getting into groups of 25 at the restaurants, and they're walking up and down the street, and you know, those are the people. The bad thing is the young people catch it, 20, 25, 30, 35. They take it to work and give it to their older coworkers, or they take it home to their parents and their grandparents, or they just spread it around to people that are going to die from it, and that's the sad part about it.
I don't totally blame the public, because I feel like they're getting mixed messages from our government saying, well, we want to open up and we're moving to this phase. And I think that's all they hear, and they think, well, things are better, so why do I need to be so careful?
Yeah, I think the local government's been pretty good about wear your masks, follow the CDC. I think the federal government's given a lot of mixed messages. Again, I think people can go back out in a safe work environment, but a safe work environment means you're 6 feet away from other workers. You're not sharing a workstation. You're not sharing a phone. You're not sharing a computer. You're wearing your mask. And if you touch anything, you should wash your hands, especially your face.
All right. Well, we have some people lined up to ask you questions, Doctor. 877-602-9696, and we'll get to them after a quick break. Gina, traffic, please.
Yeah, we've got and a couple of reports of the protests going on downtown and not affecting traffic so far. Everybody's playing by the rules so far downtown, so that's not affecting your traffic. Westbound I-80, there's a crash just west of Wright Brothers Drive off to the right shoulder. And I believe that's it. If you see something you want to share, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll be back with Dr. Cobble again. This is a chance to ask an actual doctor about COVID-19 as opposed to my brother-in-law is medical something or other on Facebook, and he said, you want to get the direct information. It's right here, 877-602-9696. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
Oh, the weather's been so nice, and driving this 2020 Volkswagen GTI has been such fun with the sunroof, and it's just a fun one to drive, and it's cute, as I've said. But Vestas and I are going to trade it in and get a different one this week. I'll let you know about that. And if you're interested in the GTI or any of the cars they have at Volkswagen Southtown, now is the time to buy. I am so surprised at this deal they have going on. You can buy a new car at Volkswagen Southtown, and you don't have to worry about your car payment or any driving expenses like car insurance, maintenance, even gas for the rest of the year. Plus, you can get as low as 0% APR for 6 years. Interest rates and prices are low right now, but they will go up, so take advantage of these deals now, and you pay later at Volkswagen Southtown. 0% for 6 years, 0 payments till 2021, and 0 driving expenses for the rest of the year. Go to VWSouthtown.com.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah, oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. Yeah. No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just would. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Oh.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, you know, I mean, it's just like he said. When you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and you know, we thought he could just stand there and balance. And,
no,
no. So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
Doctor and find out the truth about the COVID-19. Let's begin with Matt, who I believe is still there. Matt, go ahead.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
First off, thanks for letting me listen.
Mm-hmm.
My question, Dr. Cobble, a little while ago there was kind of a pop-up saying that cats were now contracting it, and I saw something the other day that said a dog tested positive. Is there any, I guess, validity to that? Does that mean it was just found on the dog? Does the dog actually have coronavirus? Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, I haven't seen the story about the dog. We know that cats can catch this particular type of virus, although that's quite rare. And I think the chance of your pet catching this is extremely low. And I don't think I'd be worrying about pet transmission. Pet cemetery coronavirus.
I just saw that and I was like, that's weird. So I'll appreciate you answering my question. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Yeah. Now, you notice Matt said on a pop-up, which means he was getting his information from some weird website, more than likely Facebook. That's what I've been talking about from day one here.
Or Cousin Cletus.
Yeah.
Cousin Cletus. Well, my cousin Cletus said.
That means we have a line open, 877-602-9696. Let's go to Terry. Hi, Terry.
Terry, are you there?
Did we make you wait so long?
Hi.
That
No, she's there. Hi.
Oh, okay.
Terry?
Hello?
Terry?
I don't think she can hear us.
What's your... the person who's saying hello, what's your name? Apparently not.
I don't think they could hear us.
Couldn't hear us, I don't think, for some reason. 877-602-9696. Did you say
Dr.
Red?
Cobble? Oh,
Yes,
do we have another one?
We do. It's either Reggie or Angie.
Okay.
I don't know. I was talking when the name was said. So Angie, hi. Go ahead.
Hi, am I on? This is Angie.
Yes, hi,
you
Angie.
are.
Hi, doctor, and thank you for taking my call. I'm 60 years old, supposed to start training in a call center on Monday, and I do have lupus, underlying condition. Been very lucky during this, and I'm really concerned about starting. Call centers are a horrible place for passing germs and sickness, and I've noticed the call center I was by yesterday, they're still not open to their employees, which really concerns me. Doctor, would you be concerned as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be the last place I'd go unless, once again, your workstation is isolated and you're the only person using it.
I was doing companion care and thought, well, I can't go back to that. And this is no better, but unfortunately, these are my years of experience. But I really trust my instinct, and my instinct's been telling me now's not the time. Next week would not be the time to start
Well, if
in
you
a
don't
call
have,
center.
if you don't have to, if you don't absolutely have to, then I would not.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
If you have financial resources.
savings are running low, but I think I need to. I just wanted. I can't see my doctor, and so I just wanted to get your opinion. I think I need to call and let them know to take me out of that class. Maybe another month we'll see me ready to.
Thanks for calling, and let us know what happened, what you decide to do. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
All right. 877-602-9696. Gina, you had something?
I just wonder, Dr. Cobble, in your perfect world, how would we handle this reopening? If you had total control over how this went, what would you do?
Oh, gosh, my heavens. I mean, we would have jumped on it a lot earlier in my perfect world. Mid-February, February 11th, when it was positioned as a SARS-CoV-2 virus. I think in the perfect world, you'd have employers that are invested in protecting their workers. You'd have safe work environments. Everyone would have masks. You'd have masks everywhere. You'd have gloves everywhere. You'd have testing everywhere. You could get testing at the 7-Eleven. You get testing at the school. And you get the results back the next day, and if the results are positive, you isolate all of your contacts. We had a worker up where I live that their office, not a medical office, it's a different office, but they had a positive COVID, and they didn't want to test their spouses. The hospital didn't want to test spouses. They go, well, you don't have symptoms. I was like, are you kidding me? You've got a positive contact in the work environment where everyone's been exposed. You need to test everyone that those people have been in contact with.
Yeah.
They're like, well, not unless they have symptoms. Like, well, they may not have symptoms for a week, and they're out spreading it through the community. So I think people, that contact tracing and protecting the environment around you, and we've done that at our office from day one. None of my employees share computers. None of them share phones. We have everything protected. And again, most of the people that walk into my office have masks on. They've been very respectful. And I think if people are wearing masks, that's great. And that's going to be the long-term solution for quite a while.
All right. I think we have another phone call. I think it's Tatiana.
Yeah, hi. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you.
I was wondering, Dr. Cobble, I am moving from New York back to Utah next week, and I have been positive for the antibodies. They did a blood draw, and so I'm wondering, I'm planning on self-quarantining for the 14 days, but I'm wondering, could I still go outside and, walk? Because I'm able to do that here now, or, pet my dog. Just what are your recommendations? I know that positive antibodies don't mean much right now, but just wondering how cautious I need to be.
Okay, so I got most of that. You're from New York. You're moving?
Moving back here to Utah.
Moving back here, and you had COVID how long ago?
I think I must have had it. I had symptoms in February and March, so a while ago.
So quite a while ago, and you're antibody positive, so you should not be actively contagious or infectious. I think that if you're worried about the 14-day quarantine or you being forced into it, it's easy to do the PCR test, the nasal swab or oral swab, get those results back in 1 to 5 days, depending on the commercial lab. It should be 1 day, but I've seen delays on that up to 5 days. If that comes back negative, you don't have the active virus. And so you shouldn't have to do the 14-day quarantine unless someone legally is forcing you to do that. Again, the big thing is just wearing your mask, and you should be able to go out and do whatever you want.
Okay, perfect. And how long would you recommend that how long after I get there should I get the swab test?
How long would I recommend doing what?
How long after she gets back to Utah, and welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
When she gets back, should she have that swab test immediately?
Yeah, so her option is if you can do it in New York before you leave, that's awesome. Otherwise, the first day you get here, I'd come in. Whether you come to our office or have it at one of the state facilities or somewhere, but that first, until those results come back negative, you want to be extremely safe. That's where I'd stay home, don't interact with anybody, don't touch anything. But it's probably, if you've been exposed, you should have antibody immunity. It would be probably quite unusual to catch this again, but anything's possible. But I think if you have a negative PCR test, you should be good to go.
Okay.
Great news. Thank you.
All right. See you when you get back.
Welcome back.
All right. Well, Doctor, thank you very much.
Dr. Michael Cobble, it's the Canyons Medical Center if you're interested in getting a test or talking to the doctor further about these kinds of things. And thanks for being with us. We'll probably do it again next week. Is that okay?
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, you guys. Be safe.
Right.
Keep up the
Thank
good work.
You too.
Thank you very much. All right. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, the only incident I'm seeing right now is signal problems. 53rd South at Woodrow Street in Murray. Treat that as a four-way stop. And just a heads up, there are protests going on in downtown Salt Lake, although I've seen no incidents traffic-wise that are affecting you down there. But just to be aware.
I've kind of been monitoring it, and it's a peaceful protest, too. It's very...
Seems to be fine so far. But we'll keep an eye on it for you all day here. That's traffic.
All right, thank you. Round two of your boners coming up. What do we got?
Here are the candidates. Taste the same to me, mate. Number 2, très boring. And number 3, I want my old job back.
Round two of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. And the state of Utah wants to remind you you're going to be voting for the primaries via your front porch.
Vote.utah.gov. That's where you can go and find out almost anything you need to know about anything you need to know about your registration status, about the issues that are going to be on the ballot in the primary, the candidates, what they stand for, all of that stuff. Go to vote.utah.gov by June 19th, because if you don't, you're probably not going to get a ballot in the mail to vote. And that's the only way you're going to be able to vote in this primary is via mail. I don't know if that'll hold true for the general election, but for now, it's the way it's going to be done. So go to vote.utah.gov. Make sure you're registered. Make sure you're indicating a party. Update your voting information by June 19th. Vote.utah.gov.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
so they said we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle.
To just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No.
They just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles have been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water, and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle, and I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling. My husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come out. He comes over to your group. He's like, get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water. So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water. Because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well,
you couldn't just say to your family, I really can't do this.
No. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling. Because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in, stick my face in, underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish?
No.
No. Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family...
seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you
Google,
see the...
Google fish
You
right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine.
All right, we have things that must go coming up in about a half hour. Stand by for that. Right now, though, it's round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of those champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide boner of the day for realsies with Boner Fight. Right now, this is round 2. Pick a champion to send forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
A Diversion Eatery electronic gift card.
Oh.
So it'll be emailed to you, and you can go get some delicious food at Diversion Eatery.
Nice.
Boner candidate number 1. It tastes the same to me, mate. A gin distillery in Australia. And again, I've endeavored to not do any racism boner candidates. I could have done 6 easily today, and I didn't. Maybe I'll tell you what the 6 candidates were. But for now, these are non-racism candidates or non-police brutality candidates. Tastes the same to me, mate. A gin distillery in Australia has issued a recall after, accidentally shipping gin bottles containing hand sanitizer, according to the Apollo Bay Distillery outside of Melbourne. The gin distillery had previously converted some of its facility to hand sanitizer production to help combat the coronavirus. The product is labeled as gin, however, it's not gin, a company statement said. The bottles are not correctly sealed. They can be identified as having no shrink wrap seal on them. Please don't drink it. It's not gin. It's hand sanitizer.
Could it be dangerous, though?
Yeah,
or is
I
it
think
okay?
so.
It's very high in alcohol, and it's liquid like a gin.
Oh.
Now, they say it won't kill you if you drink it, but it can cause, I'm telling you, mate, nausea, headaches, dizziness, vomiting, and diarrhea. Well, I get that when I've had too much gin anyway. Boner candidate number 1. Tastes the same to me, mate. Boner candidate number 2. Ooh, it's accents a go-go. Très boring. Being unfulfilled in the workplace apparently can pay off if you're in France. Frédéric Desenard became the envy of fed-up workers everywhere after being awarded $45,000 because his former job allegedly bored him out of his mind.
What?
The Parisian's unlikely severance package marked the first case of a bore-out in French history, according to France TV. His too boring, it was just too boring, $80,000 a year job was, quote, a descent into hell, according to Mr. Desenard, who worked as a manager at Paris-based perfume firm Interparfum until 2014. The bored, stiff worker claimed that after losing a key client, he was relegated to working monotonous duties for 2 years, which made him depressed, destroyed, ashamed.
It's not like he was working at a sewage treatment plant or something. He was working at a perfume company.
You try working around the perfume all day. So doctors seconded it, and courts awarded him $45,000 severance because my job was too boring.
There are not enough car chases in the perfume industry.
That's boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I want my old job back.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
It's Pride Month at Iconoclad. Shop rainbow clothing with shipping at iconoclad.com or pick up some pride flags and face masks at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Oh, Gina, you were disappointed in David Fincher's film list.
Yes.
26 list of films that that are his favorite films.
Yes.
The director, David Fincher, and you said, well, they were just too film schooly, and there's one was left off the list. Human Centipede 2.
See, that's what I wanted.
He was really into not the first one, but Human Centipede 2.
There were only 3 members in the Human Centipede 1. I had more than 3 in the second one. So,
so here are the boner candidates that I had on deck that I could have done. There are 6 of them. I will read you the headlines of them. Milwaukee woman blocks Black Lives Matter protesters with car, spits on black man. FedEx, that's one. FedEx suspends employee who mocked George Floyd's death to protesters. CrossFit CEO steps down after racial remarks on Facebook.
Wondering if you were going to do that one.
Bon Appetit magazine, a magazine I take. The editor, Adam Rappaport, resigns after photos of him in brown face at a party. Cops. Videos show cops slashing tires at protests in Minneapolis. Brooklyn police officer suspended over post depicting Obama lynching. There's 6. I could have done 6.
I'm glad you decided not to do racist boners today.
I may have to just stop. As I have, I said we can't nominate Trump for a boner because it would just be
every day,
and I'm afraid it's the same thing. Makes my job harder, but
what you found the nipple nail place.
Yeah, that's
you found that,
and people weren't happy about that one.
Well, let's see. Utah's marked its 13th day of more than 200 new coronavirus cases. Utah's rate of positive cases rising faster than almost every other state, according to the data collected by Johns Hopkins. For the past week, 9.4% of Utah's COVID-19 tests came back positive, up from 2.5% from the week before. That's a bigger jump than all other states except Massachusetts, Arizona, and Georgia. The rising positive rate corresponds with an ongoing rise in new cases and a new high in the number of coronavirus patients receiving hospital care at the same time. Another 237 Utahns tested positive for coronavirus as of Tuesday, state health officials said.
It's your Memorial Day rise.
Yep.
And hundreds, this was such a sad story, hundreds of Latinos in Cache Valley risking death to feed America at a meatpacking plant up there. And there was a story about a woman who was pregnant working at this meatpacking plant up in Cache Valley. Her name was Crescencio Lopez Gonzalez. She was turned away from a hospital. She went in again, and after surgery, the baby didn't make it.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It was just an awful situation. But this meatpacking plant, JBS officials
it's
there.
still open.
Yeah, they're still open. And I don't think the state health department has specifically identified that meatpacking plant as the one, but it is. For months, JBS has declined to comment on numbers of sick employees or under what circumstances the plant might be closed. The company has said they've taken precautions, face shields, increased distance between employees, and other measures. The posts often include some variation of the hashtag Feeding America. But when workers catch COVID-19 and are asked by health officials to self-isolate, who will feed them? That's part of the problem. Now, this woman, Ms. Lopez Gonzalez, an advocate in Cache Valley Latino communities and a professor at USU, set up a donation drive and a crowdfunding drive for a family with a pregnant mother. The family wishes to... she's not the woman who was pregnant. The woman who was pregnant, she's remaining anonymous. They were concerned over being stigmatized or backlash from employers and other people in the valley. But the pregnant mother who contracted the disease, then she ended up losing the baby. You want to privatize liquor in Utah?
Oh, yes, I'm listening.
Well, in the Salt Lake Tribune, they say beware of what you wish for.
Why is that?
Many Utahns would like the state to get out of the alcohol business, but a new study says Washington State residents who voted to privatize liquor sales in 2011, Utah's not the only state that has state-controlled liquor. Washington State did. Now they regret it, they say.
Really?
In fact, voters would likely reject liquor privatization if the vote took place today, according to a study from an alcohol research group. The study says that Washington residents who voted in favor of ending state controls on liquor sales were 2.59 times more likely to want to change their vote. It goes on to talk about how they did the study, but why.
I want to know why they...
It led to a significant jump in the number of stores. Liquor stores swelled from 330 before privatization to about 1,600, but they also upped their per-barrel excise tax on distilled spirits, which is now the highest in the country, $32.52 per gallon. So, in other words, liquor prices just went way, way up.
Is there a way? Because here's why I want privatized liquor. Because I want to be able to go to the grocery store and grocery shop and get a bottle of wine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there a way? And I know it's kind of like this, actually, where you shop, Bill, in the Avenues, where there's a liquor store right by the grocery store. Is there a way to have, like, a annexed section of a grocery store that's technically owned by the state?
Some places do that.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that best of both worlds kind of thing?
Sure.
Maybe?
So the Salt Lake Tribune is saying if we privatize liquor, the prices could and probably would go way way up.
I mean, I'd be willing to pay extra for the convenience, but it would also cut down on your selection if in the store.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Seems to me, when I've lived in states that have just private liquor stores, though, that what was nice, like when I lived in New York, you could purchase liquor, and there would be sales, and there would be competition. So, you could like, we're going to knock the price way down because another store is charging this amount for it, and there was competition. And so you could find bargains on liquor. Mm-hmm. But Utah liquor prices are generally pretty low. Speaking of beverages, Pepsi is going to introduce a new flavor.
Oh, I saw this.
Pepsi with a splash of pineapple juice. Pineapple-flavored Pepsi. It was first released in Japan, and it was very successful in 2019. So they're thinking, well, let's try it here. A little over a year ago, Pepsi introduced a few other fruity flavors to their lineup: lime, berry, and mango, all of which are described to be the Pepsi you know and love with just a little dash of fruit juice. Pineapple seems to be the perfect addition to that lineup. And let's see, how much time do we have here?
You've got plenty of time.
Also, speaking of snack foods and delicious things, if you are a fan of Flaming Hot Cheetos, and now I'm not because they're too flaming hot for me. I like
Katie
Cheetos.
likes the Flaming Hot Cheetos.
Yeah, and my daughter, my young daughter, loves them. She hasn't had any for a while, but I assume she still loves them. But Cheetos announced that they're releasing another snack into its Flamin' Hot lineup. Cheetos announced Flamin' Hot Pepper Puffs, which are the hottest flaming chips hot ever, they say. Similar to the hot Cheetos you already love, but they're bright red and shaped like peppers.
Oh, good. Your fingers will be bright red instead of orange.
Yeah. Despite how hot they are, people will eat them, apparently. I just don't. They're way too hot, I think, the Cheetos. And Pringles and Wendy's have partnered up to create Baconator chips.
Oh.
Pringles Baconator chips. So a regular Baconator burger from Wendy's consists of a half a pound of beef, American cheese, 6 pieces of crispy applewood smoked bacon, ketchup, and mayo. And they've crammed all of that flavor into a Pringles chip.
I doubt they have, actually.
Sure they have, Gina.
I bet
all
they
of
have.
that flavor?
I bet they have. I bet they. Now, this is a limited edition. Pringles Wendy's Baconator chips. I don't know where you can get them. I still haven't seen those. Of course, I don't ever go anywhere, but I've wanted to try those Pringles, what was it called? Sweet corn?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That apparently tastes like corn on the cob.
Well, see, and I want to try that Coke cinnamon that is allegedly available, but I never see it. I mean, I have to buy a whole case of it. I can't just buy one to try it? No, apparently not.
They should give you one to try. First one's free.
Yes. All right. Let's get sports weather traffic.
Major League Soccer today announced the league's plan to restart the 2020 season with all 26 MLS clubs competing in the MLS is Back tournament at ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex at Walt Disney World. There's a lot of W's in that. Beginning July 8th. The tournament, which will be played without fans in attendance, provides a compelling way for the MLS to resume its 25th season. Group stage matches will count in the MLS regular season standings, and the tournament winner will earn a spot on the 2021 CONCACAF Champions League. So Real Salt Lake will be playing soccer again July 8th. Weather, it's going to be just beautiful today, sunny and a high of 78. And wouldn't it be nice if it just hung out there for a while? Give us a week of that. But we're going to gradually warm up into the mid-90s by Friday. But sunny and no chance of showers coming anytime soon, so that's great. And traffic has been very light this morning and not many issues to tell you about. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras right now, and I see all green up and down the Wasatch Front. I don't believe anybody sent anything in via text either, but if you do see something you'd like me to pass along, I will do it. Just send it to us via text at 33986. It's Pride Month at Iconoclad. Shop rainbow clothing with shipping at iconoclad.com or pick up pride flags and face masks at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 3, which is, I want my old job back. 2 years ago, Nick Nicholson made headlines when the then Hernando County Commissioner was charged with giving room and board to prostitutes in exchange for sex and running a brothel from his Spring Hill home. So he was running a brothel from his home, essentially. After the 2018 arrest, Nicholson, a Republican, was blasted by the local Republican leadership. Can't be a Republican, be running a brothel. He was suspended by the governor, and he resigned. As a first-time offender facing misdemeanor charges, he ended up taking a plea deal, and he paid a fine of $729. Well, now he wants his old job back.
Wait a minute. Running a brothel is a misdemeanor?
Apparently, in Florida.
It's Florida.
It's Florida.
Oh, we don't. It's just like speeding, running a brothel.
He filed paperwork early Monday, the start of official qualifying for local political offices. In a prepared statement released Monday, Nicholson said he was looking forward to getting back to the job that he did for 6 years as a commissioner. These were 6 of the happiest years of my life. The brothel thing, that was just a side note. He noted he was always the voice of citizens rather than the establishment. He mentions, there have been personal problems which I have resolved. So I want to run for county commissioner again. I want my old job back. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Tastes the same to me, mate. Gin bottles containing hand sanitizer sold in Australia in a mix-up. They had been making hand sanitizer at this distillery, and then they stopped. But they then they sent out a bunch of gin bottles, and it was the hand sanitizer, not the gin. Boner candidate number 2, très boring. A man getting a $45,000 severance package because his job was too boring. He's too boring. I cannot do it. And boner candidate number 3, I want my old job back.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you will decide boner of the day for today. Right now, you've got to pick your champion for round 2. Choose strategically, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all the computer needs in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, June 10th, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. This is round 2.
Yesterday. I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located. Okay. And a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And that the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said,
"Yeah,
is this total health and fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, total health and fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I'd just as soon you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the
No.
signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have just said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, shit. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
No.
We got things that must go coming up in this break, but first let's award round 2 of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by, and was to go with my sesame breaded deep fried pork chops or pork cutlets, a delicious ginger carrot cabbage slaw.
That all sounds good.
Oh, it was.
You know what else is good? Diversion Eatery. They offer
bet.
brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best. Open daily for dine-in or take-out at 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com. And I believe we gave away a Diversion Eatery electronic gift card.
We did. Annabelle won that. We had boner candidate number 1. That's right, mate. Tastes the same to me. Gin bottles, containing hand sanitizer, not gin, sold to the public in Australia in a mix-up. Boner candidate number 2, Clay Bowling. Man getting a $45,000 severance package in France because my job is just too boring. And boner candidate number 3, I want my old job back. A Florida politician charged with running a brothel. He resigned his seat on the county commission, but now he says he's out of the brothel business and he wants to be a county commissioner again. And the winner, boner candidate number 2, Clay Bowling. The French.
People are just irritated.
I guess.
All right, there you go. That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. It'll be an interesting Boner Fight at 9:20. Just a little bit over a half hour from now. Tune in and find out who is Boner of the Day. Right now, though, it's Things That Must Go, brought to you by...
Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
You send them to radiofromhell@x96.com, put Must Go in the subject line, and if we mention them on the air, if we talk about it, if we read your Must Go, maybe it'll help ease your troubled mind, and maybe even these things will go from your life. I have one of my own today. It's my inability to get through a cup of coffee without it going cold. I can't. I guess I'm going to have to start.
Bill, get a
thermos.
thermos.
Put it in a thermos or something. I guess that's what I'm going to have to do, and then just pour out a little bit of a time at a time. Well, that's what I did when I was in the studio. I'd put bring my Mill Creek coffee and in a thermos because I made it at home. But now I'm home. The coffee pot's right over there. But so it seems weird to put it in a thermos, but I'm going to have to. Here's one from Bill. It says, Bill, you may use my name, Matt Romero. I'm not generally afraid of spiders. I appreciate their role in our environment. However, I am a CPAP user, and every night that I go to use my CPAP, I'm terrified there's a spider lurking somewhere in my CPAP tube, and it'll attack me in my slumber.
I don't have a CPAP, but I would worry about the same thing if I had one.
I thoroughly search every night with a flashlight throughout the tube, sometimes removing it entirely. I have thought about getting some sort of a mannequin head to put the mask on when I'm not using it, but I don't believe even then that that would put my fears at bay. So I turn to you and the magic of the must go to hopefully get the job done. Thanks, Matt. Matt, you're being stupid, okay? I hope that gets rid of it for you.
And I've been using a CPAP for years now, and I've never thought about this until today.
This one, hello there, lords and lady. Feel free to use my name. I've been trying to get outside more to help with crippling anxiety of the pandemic, but people outside are not helping. If you and a family member are walking side by side and another person is approaching you, you should move to single file to maintain social distancing. Not one pair I ran into yesterday did that, and I had to go off in the weeds to keep the distance. It's not that hard. Thanks for letting me listen. Geek Show says, hey, Ashley. And this one from Brian. Brian, you don't understand. So Brian says, the audible key clicks you hear when someone is typing on their mobile device. I mean, do you have to see and hear that you struck a key? Seriously? There is such a thing as, what's it called, hepatic feedback or something. If you hear that, as it reinforces that you have done it correctly. Yeah. That's why it's there.
Yeah, some gas stations have turned off the clicking or the beeping sound when I enter, like in my zip code and all that. And unless it's there, I'm not sure whether I did it. So I'll keep typing 8888.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's there, Brian. It's to give more feedback to what you're doing.
It helps.
Yeah. Gary?
Okay, we'll start with, of course, the struggle bus here up on Mount Doom. Always something new.
You're so brave.
You know, when you can't find the edge of the saran wrap.
I hate that.
It's just the worst.
It happened to me last night.
There must be a way. There must be something that we can do. Anyway, let's see. Please remove these things from my life. They've not given me permission to use their names, so we will not. Retractable leashes, or the people who don't know how to use them, must go. I have 2 of these. I can't tell you how many times I've had friendly dogs come to say hello while walking my dog, and we end up with tangled leashes around us. I want to yell at them and explain that if you retract the leash before you get to us, we could avoid injury and the humiliation of trying to detangle the 3 leashes and my ankles while we're in the middle of the crosswalk on a busy road. Keep the dog next to you when there are other dogs present. Don't let the leash go crazy. Number 2, on Memorial Day, we watched a pickup truck full of young men pull up and start dutifully placing American flags on the front yards in the neighborhood. This is a nice gesture, but somehow the ceremony has become mundane. My husband and I recalled our experience in scouting decades ago. We were taught to never let the flag touch the ground and a particular way of folding it between flying it. We wondered out loud what these young men had been taught because they were dropping them and behaving as though they were delivering newspapers. As the adult in charge drove them around very efficiently so he could simply check off one more thing to do before the next meeting. All right. So thanks for letting me listen. This one, go ahead, use my name. It's Adam. The thing that must go is my coworkers trying to talk to me while I'm listening to my backlog of Geek Show that I saved up to listen to when I came back to work after 2 months. I'm sorry, but this is infinitely better than what you might be saying to me. I can't hear you anyway. Thank you for making my work tolerable. And finally, this from Emily. Dear Lords, the thing that must go is you three bitching about having to be on until 11 a.m. Don't you realize that I and tens of other Utahns rely on you as our number one source of news and entertainment during these troubled times? Chins up. You're all doing a great job. Emily. There we go. Gina?
Hello, I hope your quarantine is going great. It's been quite some time since I was last able to listen, so I'm not sure if you still read these. Yes, we're reading them. I work at a local restaurant. We've been doing curbside since March, and although I'm grateful that people are still supporting us, what must go is when I bring their food out, but they're too busy making out to notice me there. I'll wait a solid 15 seconds, knock on the window, etc., but if they still don't notice, I'll just walk away. What also must go is rude, impatient, careless, third-party delivery drivers. Please stop picking your nose while picking up someone else's food. This is why I don't do this. Please, if you sneeze, don't use your hand to wipe your snot. And if you have snot all over your hands, don't use your pant leg as a tissue. Yes, I've actually seen this happen. Guys who only tip if we, quote, sound hot on the phone. My apartment never fixing our AC correctly. My apartment not telling us the place was infected by cockroaches before living in it. The list goes on and on. It always does.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me listen. You guys are the best. My current thing that must go is the carpet that the previous owner of our home used as a weed barrier, I'm guessing. So now we have to dig it up and go about 3 inches of dirt and weeds on top. So far I haven't found a body, though. Also, Black Lives Matter, wear a mask, ignorance and racism must go. Love you guys. Paulette.
Thank you.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Got a minute or so here. Do we have
want
any?
to show you a picture, Gina, of that pork cutlets I made last night.
Ooh, that looks really good.
X96.com/live. Now, it's a picture from the cookbook?
Yeah.
It's not an actual picture of your cutlets.
But they look pretty much exactly like that because I
on,
follow
like,
the recipe.
You made the coleslaw too, that you
Yeah.
put it on top of that?
Yeah, you just shredded some. It was really easy. You shred some Napa cabbage and a little bit of carrot, and then you tablespoonful of ginger, grated ginger, a little bit of sesame oil, and what else was in there? A little bit of garlic and some vegetable oil, and mix it
I
all
may
up.
pass
and then
that along to the person in this house that does the cooking.
It's a really simple recipe too. Those cutlets.
Mhm.
We got some big, thick pork chops at Costco, and boneless, and I just
Mhm.
cut them in half,
Mhm.
and then pounded them out a little bit, so they were pretty thin, and then you just dredge them in flour, then egg, and then a mixture of breadcrumbs and toasted sesame seeds.
Oof, that sounds so good.
And then put them in the fry pan with some
Mohammed's been waking up in the morning, and I don't know if he learned this from Uncle Kerry or not, but he's been making himself a breakfast sandwich every day. And he takes the English muffin, and instead of putting it in the toaster, he grills it in the cast iron pan.
That's unheard of.
And then he puts a fried egg on. And we have a little tiny cast iron pan. We have a small one, and he'll do the flip. He'll get it going, and he'll do the flip, and he's got a whole morning routine with the breakfast sandwich. But I applauded him with the grilled English muffin.
I can do the flip until I miss, and then it's a mess, so I don't do it.
The cast iron pan, the black cast iron pan, is very important in your kitchen. We have just we've always used it, but Sue has just discovered that the deep dish pizza that you've been having all your lives is wrong. Because you do it in a cast iron pan, start it out there on top of the stove, and then put it in the oven, and it's not this soggy casserole all of a sudden. You got the nice crispy crust under there.
I have a cast iron I could get it and show it to you right now. It's right over there. A cast iron pizza stone.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want to see it?
Perfect.
Here, hang on.
Well, we're out of time. We're actually
there
out
he
of
goes.
time. There he goes. And he's got to come back to do the Hoops Vision because, you know.
Well, let me do a quick check of traffic.
Okay, go ahead.
Things look great. I don't have a update on the Ducks in the Road, 114th South Daybreak. If someone could give me an update on the Ducks in the Road, that would be great. Stockton 12 Honda, the Honda Giant selection, giant choice. That's what makes them the Honda Giant. Come browse or visit them, stockton12honda.com.
All right.
It's got some old pizza detritus on it, I just noticed.
It's called seasoning. Just call it seasoning, and it's okay. Nice. Coming up, we've got boner fights, a reasonable amount of news, all of that on the way. We go to 11 a.m. now because we're broadcasting live from our homes, which is why Bill's pan was available so quickly. We'll be back after these. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
And I was able to see right where that pizza stone or cast iron stone was with my contactless eyes, my glassless eyes. That doesn't make any sense at all. Hoops Vision corrected my vision, and they did Carrie's and many of our family members now. And we don't have to wear glasses or contact lenses as a result.
I love
right
it.
now, yeah?
I love it.
Yeah, as Hoops Vision is offering this special. It's the mom and dad special pricing. $1,200 off. LASIK or PRK. Most people will have LASIK, some people PRK, but $1,200 off. You should call them right away. 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-30-LASIK, or go to hoopsvision.com. Make your free, no-obligation appointment now.
If you're working...
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris Mancow.
Sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe. Mm-hmm. Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No, anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then I think,
how curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
And I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange.
Yeah.
I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went, oh,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No. So sorry, I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just I'm just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
Why do you discount bird flu?
Because that sounds too nice. It's going to be.
How about avian flu? You feel better about avian flu?
That's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it sounds. I don't know.
Swine flu. You think swine flu?
The Hong Kong flu, the Asian flu. What was the one that there was the big epidemic?
The Spanish flu.
Was it the one? Was that the one that killed a lot of people in the early part of the century? I mean, really, in America, it killed hundreds and hundreds of people. That sounds meaner. Spanish flu.
Don't you laugh at the? You're gonna remember we have a storage room in our house. It's full of toilet paper, just in case.
Just because it causes such horrible diarrhea.
You're gonna run out of stuff, and you're gonna come knocking on my door.
I need toilet paper.
Is that the first thing you grab when you loot the store?
when you
loot the store,
not
you run to the toilet
water,
paper,
not medicine.
Yeah,
because you don't think about toilet
Help!
paper.
Yeah.
I've got coffee filters. I don't need.
I've got coffee filters.
Yeah, you don't need toilet paper if you've got plenty of coffee filters.
That'll stop up your pipes. Don't put coffee filters.
Well, I'm
in
not
there.
flushing them.
Well, I think isn't all. Won't the sewage plants shut down?
Yeah.
Because,
why would plumbing stop?
well, because there won't be anybody to operate the plumbing, the sewage plants.
For it'll work for a time.
For a time, but pretty soon, a post-apocalyptic world, plumbing goes too.
I don't know, when the power's out, my toilet works.
I don't know.
It's not an electric toilet.
It will work for a while. I took a class on surviving the zombie apocalypse. They talked about this.
What did they say?
Your toilets will be okay for a while, but then the sewage treatment plant stops treating sewage because there's nobody there.
Yeah. It'll back up.
Then it'll back up, and it'll be eventually. You'll be able to go for a while.
Things get ugly. You watch The Walking Dead.
That's why
they never really address where they go to the bathroom.
They don't.
Do you know what they don't address? Periods.
Oh. No, they have because
they
when they've been
periods?
stealing when they were stealing stuff from a store
Did they
when they were looting.
Yeah.
See, I'm good because I had the hysterectomy, so that is one thing I don't have to worry about.
Is that why you had it?
So you're ahead. You're
My
ahead.
doctor said you don't need this. I'm like, no, in the apocalypse, I don't want to deal with having a period, so take it out.
Because on this day.
In 1961, now this is how my music birthday website is telling us about this day.
Mm-hmm.
Kim Deal,
yes,
American singer, songwriter, musician, member of the Breeders, along with her identical twin sister Kelly Deal. Wouldn't it be both of their birthdays today?
Well, yeah.
You would think.
Well, that's what it says, isn't it?
No, it says on this day a birthday, Kim Deal. And then in the description of who Kim Deal is, it says, well, she was in the Breeders with her identical twin sister Kelly.
Well, so then you would say, oh, it's Kelly's birthday too.
Yeah, but
Kim
but
was
in the
yeah, because Kim was sort of the leader of the band.
That's true.
Yeah, well, okay.
Kelly was just,
But anyway, that's Breeders. All right. Oh, a tweet from John Huntsman.
Yes.
After a second try, test results came back positive for COVID-19.
Oh.
Have been experiencing classic symptoms like so many others. My goal is to keep my family safe. Though isolated temporarily, we've never been more energized in this important race.
That is bad timing.
Yep.
That is awful.
Sorry, Johnny.
Well, because his wife has MS. So
That's true.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You didn't know Anne had MS?
Huntsman?
Yeah,
we're talking. Mitt Romney's wife is Ann, not John
Oh,
Huntsman.
that's right.
What do you?
No,
how are you?
that's right. Never mind.
Hey, snap out of it, Gina. Come on.
No.
Snap
You're right.
out of it.
I'm sorry.
And I'm being informed that twins can be born on different days.
I suppose that is possible.
I suppose, but
Well, I'll keep an eye on it tomorrow if Kim or Kelly pops up as having a birthday tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can they really be? I guess
Sure,
they
if you're
could
born
if
at
it's
midnight.
midnight. Yeah.
Yeah. One born at 11:58 and one born at 12:02.
Yeah.
Easily. I suppose.
Where did you see that story about Huntsman?
It was a tweet.
Twitter.
A tweet?
Yeah,
he tweeted it.
I wonder how. Geez.
He done tweeted.
I wonder how ill he is.
He just says he's experiencing classic symptoms. So
Classic. It's classic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
now I haven't changed my party affiliation to vote yet, but I just looked and it has to be done by Friday, so I need to do
19th.
that today.
As I've been saying every day.
I just was looking at Huntsman, made me remember to mention that. As soon as I get off the air, I need to do that today.
Took maybe 10 minutes it took to do it. It was easy. Easy peasy.
Yeah, we did that. I was against it, but Sue talked me into it. And we did it about a month ago.
Yeah,
And
Jim
we got
Dacus talked me into it.
Yeah, we got our ballots, and they're upstairs, and so I'm going to vote and send them out today. And then I want to know when would be the best time to change back from unaffiliated, which is what I was.
The day after you vote. Put it in the mail and change it then.
Can you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Don't see why not. Maybe wait till the July 1st, till the the day after the actual primary election.
Yeah, maybe that's the way.
But I think once your ballot is marked and put in the mail, that's your vote, and that's just where it stays. You could probably do it, change it the next day.
Today is the 10th. You have 9 days, a week from Friday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Oh yeah, Tiffany says wait until your vote's counted. Yeah, Steph agrees. If Steph's in on it, then yeah, anything Steph says is correct as far as I know. Waiting till after the primary. I don't want them to not count my vote.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, well, now that we got that taken care of.
And I've just been reading about Donald Trump saying, I'm going to maybe do an executive order to employ troops to take care of these cities that are in states of unrest.
Can he do that?
Potential executive action. We believe that we will have proactive policy prescriptions, whether that means legislation or an executive order. That's according to the blonde spokesperson.
Yeah, I'm not sure he can do that constitutionally. Of course, he hasn't read the Constitution, so.
So she didn't offer any specifics, saying that Trump was still weighing various possibilities, but including executive orders. I think he can. He is the commander-in-chief. He can do it.
But like we have learned, is that he says he can call out the National Guard into a state, and he can't as the president. The governor has to go along with it.
But he can send
but in this
regular
case,
troops.
Yeah, in this case, he is the commander-in-chief of all of the armed forces, and he can do it. It'd be interesting to see what the armed forces would say to that, though.
It's funny. I thought Obama was supposed to be doing that. All those years ago, remember, we kept getting warned that Obama was going to use the Army to come and get our guns and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, funny how that never happened. Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, who's really the Republican here? Donald Trump or Barack Obama, huh?
All right, 9:13. Let's take a break. We will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for all of that. HasterGames.com is the website. Of course, they're at 6831 South State. One's brain can take a lot of binge-watching TV shows, but when you're ready to unplug, Haster has what you need. Board games, Magic the Gathering, figurine painting sets to help pass the time without any screen time. And they're offering curbside service, or you can go into the store, whatever you're more comfortable with. Call them up and talk to them. Coming up at Haster, Gamegenic card sleeves, binders, card boxes, beautiful new storage solutions for your Magic and Pokemon cards. New board games, Forgotten Waters, Pirate Adventure, and succulent huge game restock Magic Core Set at 2021 home pre-release coming on June 26. You'll get a pre-release kit as well as 2 booster packs for anyone that pre-orders. The Mythic Theros D&D campaign book has been delayed until June 21st, but any pre-orders will receive a code good for 50% off the digital edition release on June 2nd. And Magic Ikora Legend of the Behemoths, that is now available. Haster Games, locally owned and operated at 6831 South State. They're open 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, noon to 5 on Sunday. Don't forget, Haster has it.
Father's Day is coming up. X96.
Gina wearing a turtleneck sweater today.
Covering up her hickeys. That's what people do.
It's interesting. People don't wear turtlenecks very often anymore.
Unless they're covering up hickeys.
You got something against hickeys?
That's why I used to have a dickie.
To cover your hickey?
To cover the hickey. It was my hickey dickie. I mentioned a dickie the other day, and I don't think anyone knew what I was talking about.
I don't think anybody has them anymore.
Dickie is now a clothing brand, and that's what it's known for.
As a matter of fact, that's what I said. Somebody said to me, "Oh yeah, I love Dickies. Their coats and their pants," and I went,
"Yeah,
no, I'm
an
never
actual
mind.
Dickie.
Never mind.
It's a fake shirt.
Dickie was a fake sweater. Was it a fake shirt
it's
or
a collar?
Sweater?
It's
a fake sweater.
Fake sweater.
It was to make it look as though you were wearing a turtleneck
under your vest or jacket
or your shirt or whatever. Yeah, to make it look as though you're wearing a. It was really a stupid idea.
It was a dumb idea.
I had one, I think, for some reason.
But they were everywhere. It seems like I knew everybody had one.
Yeah.
Nobody wore them, but everybody had one.
It's a stupid idea.
Well, turtlenecks are stupid unless you're the Gorton's fisherman.
It's true.
Maybe I'm going fishing later.
Yeah, sure.
No, you're not. You're going to be way too warm in that.
You think?
Yeah.
You're dressed up for people today, aren't
We're
you?
seeing people.
Mm-hmm.
I've never worn this sweater, and I thought, I'll wear that.
Yeah, you'll be too warm. You'll be uncomfortable.
Too late now.
You're going to be sweating and sweating. It's going to be in your folds and everything.
I don't have any folds.
Of course not. She's a lady.
Yeah.
I'm smooth top to bottom.
9:18, and yeah, from what I'm understanding is that he would have to suspend posse comitatus in order to send troops in anywhere.
That sounds like a made-up word.
It's a thing. It's a real thing. All right. I think he's just talking, frankly. But we'll see. I could be wrong. All right. Let's get to, it's 9:19. Let's get to Boner Fight here in just a few moments. Before that, it looks like we have about 7 or 8 minutes worth of news.
Oh, don't say that. It makes it seem so long. Don't say that. Just say we got some news.
Don't worry. If you just let us chip in and it'll pad. Okay.
I just feel. Oh man, that's just too much. It's tiring for the people listening too.
Here we go. Brought to you by
Big O Tires. Save up to $150 off a set of Big O brand tires with your Big O City Card. No matter your financial situation, Big O can help. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
You were disappointed, Gina, in David Fincher's list of movies that he found that were his favorite movies. You thought there should be an odd one in there rather than just sort of a whole list of film school type movies. But I found one. Yeah.
Well, if you're going to have a list that's 26 movies, in my head I think, well, that's 25 good movies and one fun one.
Well, it's 26 movies plus, but there is one fun one he left off the list, so it's 27. I contacted his people. He's very fond of the Boatniks. so
the Apple Dumpling Gang.
I wish people knew. I wish people knew when we said the Boatniks what we're referring to. I wish they did, because it's not even on Disney Plus.
Really?
No, that was one of the first searches I did.
Wait a minute. I'm getting word from his people. I'm sorry. I misstated that. He likes the Boatniks, but the movie that he left off the list was Homps. Homps.
Oh, that's even deeper.
Homps.
I thought it was Chomps.
No, it's Homps.
Homps?
It was
it's
based on
of camels.
Yeah, based on a true story about a military corps, I want to say in Australia.
No, it's in the southwest. It's in Texas.
Was it in Texas?
And they imported camels.
Camels.
Camels live in the desert, and it was the cavalry. They imported and this really did happen.
Yeah.
And they brought in camels and tried to teach the troops how to ride these camels, because this is desert, and it did pretty well, but they decided to abandon the project, and some of the camels escaped, and there were, and maybe still are, occasionally sightings of wild camels in, I think it's Texas.
See, I thought you were talking about Chomps.
No.
The 1979 movie where a young man invents a robot dog that has super strength. I thought you were talking about that.
No, that's a film school movie, Gina.
That's
yeah.
That's when they teach you in film school.
Look up Homps, HAWMPS.
Yeah.
And you'll find it.
It's,
Boatniks is on Disney Plus now, somebody says. Well,
good.
All right, I'll have to go take a look.
And Studio Ghibli
yes,
is announcing their first new film in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Aya and the Witch. New project arrives. The first feature-length project is fully 3D CG animated.
Really?
Yeah. The film is loosely based on a kid's book from 2011 called Earwig and the Witch. It's been
that's the scariest thing I've ever heard.
It says, if Pippi Longstocking is the story of the world's strongest girl, Aya is the story of the world's smartest girl. Aya is cheeky, but somehow cute. And this is the story. Apparently, it's a pretty well-known children's book, and there you go. So did you find Homps, Gina?
Yeah, I did.
I think, now I'm trying to think, it's James...
James Garner?
No.
Oh, no. I got out of it. Let me get back into it.
Oh, you went away.
Yeah. It's, anyway, we'll move on then. John Huntsman. James Hampton, who you would know if you saw a picture of him.
Yeah, the name doesn't ring a bell.
He was in a million things. Might have even been in the
Slim
Apple
Pickens
Dumpling.
is in it. Denver Pile's in it.
Well, it's got all the greatest hits there. Then.
And where does it take place? Is it Texas? And it's in the It's in the Wild West. It's
Texas.
in the 1800s.
U.S. Cavalry.
Yeah. So John Huntsman Jr., somebody in his on his campaign staff tested positive for coronavirus, and so Mr. Huntsman isolated himself and got a test, and then the results came back, and it said, "Yep, you're great. You don't have coronavirus. You're negative." Now, he found out he had the wrong results. He said Tuesday he was going to have to take another test after being told authorities had opened and then discarded the sample from the test he took Friday when the unidentified staffer tested positive for the coronavirus. Earlier in his campaign, oh no, I don't want to do that part. So he said he was very confident that he would be okay. He was excited that he had tested negative, but now he's got to take another test, and he did, and he has coronavirus.
And he
John
said
Huntsman
he's
Jr.
experiencing the classic symptoms, so he's not asymptomatic. He's feeling it.
And a couple of days ago, yesterday, he was saying, "I'm grateful, I'm fine," and I guess he wasn't feeling the symptoms as of yesterday or the day before, but he is now, and he did test positive. And and how this accident happened, somebody needs to take responsibility for that, because John Huntsman Jr., he had quarantined himself, and then when he's, I'm negative, he was back out. And how many people did he come into contact with?
Yeah. And that's that danger zone of when you're positive but you're not showing symptoms yet. That's when you can pass it around to people. And
Chad Daybell has been arrested and booked into jail on felony charges after human remains were found on his property in Idaho, police
it's about
said.
time.
Officials with the Rexburg Police Department announced that they had served a warrant on Daybell's 4-acre property on Tuesday. Daybell was taken into custody after noon. Rexburg authorities held a brief press conference thereafter and announced human remains were discovered on his property. During the search, investigators discovered unidentified human remains. An autopsy will be conducted. The authorities did not specify if the remains belonged to one person or multiple people. Of course, there are 2 children missing. Chad Daybell's wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, is in jail in Idaho because she has refused to say anything about the whereabouts of the missing children. She's been in custody for several months now. The search warrant that they served was in reference to the missing children it was a sealed warrant, so details were not available. So there's that. The president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Russell M. Nelson, joined with top NAACP leaders on Monday, calling for an end to prejudice of all kinds. High-level representatives of the 2 groups delivered much the same message, opposing racism, as they had 2 years ago, but during a much different moment, coming amid nationwide protests in the wake of the George Floyd killing. Ultimately, we declare that the answers to racism, prejudice, discrimination, and hate will not come from government or in law enforcement alone, they wrote. Solutions, and this is President Nelson and officials from the NAACP writing this. Solutions will come as we open our hearts to those whose lives are different than our own, as we work to build bonds of genuine friendship. Now the NAACP says, they say, we support the sentiments expressed on Monday. This is Will Collins, special counsel to the NAACP president, but he said, we haven't seen very much progress on these joint projects.
A lot of words, not a lot of action.
Yeah.
How about that? Funny how that happens.
The NAACP is looking forward to the church doing more to undo 150 years worth of damage that they did by how they treated African Americans in the church, Mr. Colum said, and by their endorsement of how African Americans were treated throughout the country, including segregation and Jim Crow laws. So there you go.
Thank you for that.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, this will be interesting to see how this goes. These two non-police brutality, non-racism candidates. Boner candidate number one from the 7 o'clock hour. Hey, you kids! Old lady mad at kids in the park because they're driving around their little electric car. It goes like 5 miles an hour. They're there with supervision, but this old lady says you can't be doing that without a driver's license, and she gets really mad at these little kids. Going up against number two, très boring. A man in France getting a $45,000 severance package because his job was just too boring. I cannot work here any longer. It's too boring, and I think I deserve a severance package because of the boredom. And courts awarded him $45,000. That's number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. One or two. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. You put that number, that single digit, is all the computer needs to count it, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Or you can call 877-602-9696 if you're one of those people who still make phone calls. You can also vote online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, June 10, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see the box, refresh your browser. It should appear. All right, so we'll have your winner right after these messages. Stand by for all of that. It is X96 Zero Res.
Gina?
Oh,
Gina?
I got to call him today.
Yeah.
Yeah, your
I had an olive accident in my studio here.
An olive accident. It's so olive juice all over the carpet, and you got to get
They'll get it
Zero
out.
Res in there. Yeah, they will. 801-288-9376. You have them on speed dial, I know.
Yep, there's husband, and then number two is Zero Res.
801-288-0, Right now, you can get $33 per room, and then the fourth room cleaned for free. That offer goes until the end of June. Zero Res really will help you get your house clean. They have a patented carpet cleaning process. They also do upholstery and tile and numerous other cleanings. And we have all used them, and Gina uses them almost weekly. So call Zero Res today. $33 per room, fourth room free. It's 801-288-0, or go to ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened.
In the house?
In the house, and
He's never coming back. He's never coming
it would hear noises outside and be on alert, you know, and it terrified me because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung, and I was just convinced that
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
we did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam in the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around
Well,
the house?
that's what we wanted to know.
Oh.
Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing is that it has a motion sensor,
Mm-hmm.
so it'll alert me. Motion is detected, you know.
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should
Yeah.
make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. It made me very upset. I was
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you?
No.
No. You don't think so?
No. No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
I don't think that.
I think
he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head, and he stops. I go, don't do that.
All right, it is 9:36. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by breaded crispy pork cutlets and cabbage carrot slaw.
And need an attorney? Do your research and then give them a call. Handy and Handy, 801-267-6677. Visit handylawutah.com. Handy and Handy, big firm experience, small firm attention.
Boner candidate number one. Hey, you kids. Old lady in the park, cussing kids out. They have one of those little electric cars, 5 miles an hour tops. They're playing in the park with it, with adult supervision. But this old woman is just outraged that they're doing that. You're making a racket, and you don't have driver's licenses, and you're ruining the park for me. That was number one. Going up against number two, très boring. A man in Paris or in France. He quit his job because it was just too boring, and he thought he was entitled to some sort of severance compensation because his job was too boring. And indeed, they awarded him a $45,000 severance package. And he was also the winner of today's Boner fight.
He won the Boner fight today. Really? Okay. Well, he's just winning all across the board, isn't he? All right, that's your Boner of the Day for June 10th, 2020. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That will be decided on Friday by Dave the Flower Guy.
It's unvetted, meaning I haven't read through it, but I have a list.
Yes.
You're reading a list. You're cold reading a list?
Well, I like number one on the list, so
Okay,
as I read that, I'm like, okay.
Let's get to it.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
It says, Gina, It says people love a good list.
Well, I have high hopes.
Okay.
The title of this list is Coffee is a Fruit and Other Unbelievably True Food Facts.
Coffee is a
Riley
fruit?
liked that, I guess.
Well, this list is going to be short-lived because you're going to have to go let your dog out, right? That's
Riley.
what's going on right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from our homes, x96.com/live. You can see it. We're in each of our respective homes, and a split screen thing going with.
I think she stopped.
She done?
Maybe she
We're
caught
all
the
really
rabbit
quiet.
this time.
All right. So where were you?
Coffee is a fruit and other unbelievably true food facts.
Okay.
Number 1, vinegar makes your fries healthier.
Healthier.
Potatoes supply a big splurge of fast-releasing carbs that rapidly rise blood sugar levels and insulin in an unhealthy way. But, and this is delicious, I did this in England and Ireland, if you put like malt vinegar on your fries, it lowers those effects that your carbs have, makes them a little bit healthier.
Gina, you can do that in America, too.
Well, no, I hadn't thought
You can.
about now.
Really, you can?
Because they didn't serve fries with ketchup there. They served them with malt vinegar, and it was delicious. Honey is good forever. We've all heard that one before. That's not so fun. Honey never goes bad. Carrie's house, this is true. A glass of orange juice is just as bad as a glass of Coca-Cola.
Yes.
As far as sugar goes.
Yes.
Almonds.
I don't ever drink fruit juices. They're all the only. I will occasionally have tomato juice, occasionally, but no fruit.
You mean a Bloody Mary?
Just say a Bloody Mary.
Yeah. Well, okay.
And I was going to say I have fruit juice. It's a mimosa. It's.
That's different. That's dessert or breakfast. Almonds have twice as much calcium as milk.
I knew that.
Oh, you did. Okay. I was going to say, who knew? But you did.
This says they're unbelievably true. So far, you guys believe all of these.
Well, I'm married to a trainer. She knows all this stuff.
There are fewer calories in nuts than it says on the packet. They can have as much as 25% fewer calories than the label suggests. It doesn't say why. So just when you're eating nuts, you could feel a little bit better about it. That could be an unbelievably true fact.
Yeah, throw that one out.
Red peppers have 2.5 times more vitamin C than oranges.
Oh, really? High in citric acid?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
If you're trying to make foam for your coffee, skim milk is best. You wouldn't think that. You would think the full strength milk could be best.
Okay.
There's a Dunkin' Donuts coffee that contains over half of a day's calories. That I believe.
I completely believe that. A lot of those Starbucks ones as well are very high in calories.
Let's see. There is no rule that you have to drink 8 glasses of water a day.
Oh, that's why you pulled this list out, Gina. I see what you're doing here.
You are not believing the unbelievably true food fact that you don't have to drink 8 glasses of water a day.
Now, I have heard that, and I've also, because they say you should just drink water when you're thirsty.
And it says
like now.
Water is in food. Water is in drink. Water is in, when they're talking about that much water, there's water in the food that you eat. There's
vodka is mostly water.
Vodka, exactly. 8 glasses of vodka a day.
There you go.
Keeps the doctor away. Let's see. Beyond 30, your bones don't get any stronger no matter what you eat. My husband actually talks to, particularly our daughter, about this a lot because girls have a real tendency to lose bone mass as they get older. And after a certain point, you can't undo that damage. So he's always about the, eating properly, but also doing those weight-bearing exercises are more important when you're younger. Bill, darker drinks come with more of a hangover. Bourbon. It's the clear liquids.
No kidding. You don't have to tell me that.
Your vodkas and your gins don't give you as much of a hangover as your bourbons. You can still be driving under the influence the next morning. Just because you go to sleep doesn't mean you necessarily can get up and drive, depending on how much.
You don't have to tell me that.
This list is turning quickly into an intervention, and I'm getting resentful here.
Here, this will make you feel better. Eating late doesn't make you put on weight.
Yes.
Ever been to Spain? It says no. Spotted families sitting down for dinner at 10 p.m. Traditional meal times vary the world over.
Spotted families. What do you mean spotted families? What does that mean? Spotted families in Spain are sitting down. They're like, what are they? You know.
Late night eating doesn't strongly correlate with levels of obesity. The bottom line, your body will only store food as fat if you eat more calories overall than you use up in physical activity over 24 hours. The actual time of day doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Can you? Is there more on this list?
Polka dot people.
Well,
I'm on number 20 of 80.
Oh, well, put it on hold.
Unbelievably true fact.
Put it on hold.
Okay.
And maybe I doubt we'll finish it, but you can go through and find the truly wow ones.
Okay. I found one right
in a moment. So stand by after these messages. Brooklinen.com. I got in this situation this morning. I slept in a little bit because I was in the Brooklinen sheets, had a pillow over here and Ripley over here, and it was so comfortable. I just wanted to lay there and enjoy it with the window open and the air coming in. It was nice. But brooklinen.com is the website. The promo code Jackson, Jackson, when you're ordering. Luxury products at low prices. That's what Brooklinen is all about. Vicki and Rich have gotten together to do it. They wanted to find beautiful home essentials that don't cost an arm and a leg. And go and take a look at their website. It's not just sheets. It's towels. It's all kinds of stuff throughout your home. Furniture, art, robes, all that. Brooklinen.com, a perfect place to start making small changes that make big differences. Brooklinen's so confident in their product that all of their sheets, comforters, loungewear, and towels come with a lifetime warranty. So go ahead and make yourself comfortable. You'll get 10% off your first order and free shipping when you use the promo code Jackson, Jackson, only at brooklinen.com. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
You know, he works late a couple nights a week, and then I'm in charge of dinner.
Mm-hmm.
That means Olive Garden.
Which is a laugh.
Which me in charge of dinner is never me making dinner.
It's Olive Garden.
You know, you could learn. You're not stupid. You could learn. It's not. No, it's probably too late for you.
Listen, there are a limited number of recipes that you can do with meat and bread. And that's...
And my kids will tell you this story if you ever have them. What does your mom make you for dinner? And you know what they will tell you? Mac and milk.
Mac and milk?
Because a while ago I went to make mac and cheese for them.
We have people who work for the Division of Child and Family Services listening to this show. I'm not sure you want to tell this.
And because I don't eat mac and cheese, I don't think... really.
Mm-hmm.
So you boil the pasta, and then I measured out the milk.
This is for the boxed.
Yeah, to put the
crap
powder in.
That any moron can do.
Yeah.
That at 8 years old I was doing.
And I poured the milk into the noodles, and I put it on the table, and the kids, all three of them, sitting there, and they said, "Did you put the cheese?"
Where's the cheese?
Back
It's just powder. It's cheese powder. Where is it?
I forgot to put it in the milk and mix it up.
So you are stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's impossible for you to learn to cook.
Yes.
You could do it.
But my husband does such a good job.
But that burden falls upon you to give succor to your family. to nourish
twice a week.
Gina, to nourish and strengthen their bodies.
That doesn't hurt them to have pizza twice a week.
So you're a disappointment. I'm surprised you snagged a husband.
I am too.
Well, everybody.
And he's such a good guy. He wouldn't divorce me now that he knows the truth.
Even though he was duped.
This is now a pity marriage.
All the way.
I'm married.
I got him to marry me quickly.
Now I married you out of pity. I got to stick with you because you wouldn't survive.
$9.50 right now. And Gina, do you want to continue this list?
Well, I'm on slide 21 of 80 slides of unbelievably true food facts.
So far, they're not very unbelievable. The best part of it has been apparently their spotted families living in Spain.
Well,
The polka dot people.
This one I was very excited about. You know Australia's hugely popular chocolate biscuit, the Tim Tam.
Yes.
I love a Tim Tam. It's made from 2 layers of chocolate, malted cookies sandwiched together with chocolate cream filling. The whole thing is then covered in chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Tams were named after a horse that won the Kentucky Derby in 1958.
Oh, Gina, you should have known that.
I should have known that. And 45 million packs of Tim Tams are sold each year.
That's unbelievable.
See, you can't believe it, and I'm telling you, it's true.
It's unbelievable.
Here, Bill, this is good news for you because you're a salad man. Pasta in a salad is less fattening than pasta eaten hot. Cold pasta becomes resistant to digestion, which in effect means the calories can't be absorbed properly. So you and your cold salads, you put pasta. If you want pasta, eat it cold.
You know what's has even fewer calories is salad made with greens, lettuce, celery, things like that.
But if you're craving pasta, I just gave you permission to have some pasta because if you eat it cold, it's not as fattening. It's an unbelievable fact.
You're right. You're right. I don't believe it.
Well, now what I'll do is when I use ranch dressing on my green salad, I'll just say, hey, at least it's not pasta.
It's cold. A lot of popular fruits belong to the rose family.
Name one.
Apples, peaches, plums, apricots, cherries, raspberries, blackberries are all part of the rose. They're flowers.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. It's unbelievable.
Here, this one's for you, Bill. You can hear rhubarb grow.
Sorry, what? Huh?
You can hear it grow?
What?
A method called rhubarb forcing, which sounds really bad, involves putting rhubarb in a dark shed and tricking it into thinking it's spring. This will cause rhubarb to grow at a massively fast pace, so fast, in fact, you can hear it popping as it grows.
Here's how rhubarb sounds.
Oh, that's a raspberry.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, you're thinking of a different fruit. It's also in the rose family.
Here's how a rhubarb sounds.
Carrie, you'll like this one.
Okay.
Cheese
Yes.
is the most stolen food in the world?
Cheese is
Stolen.
After surveying 1,200 retailers representing 250,000 retail outlets across the world, the retail research firm discovered the most stolen food out of anything in grocery stores is cheese.
I suspect Wallace and or Gromit.
Absolutely.
It's
Probably
cheese.
because some of it is awfully high priced. I mean, some of the nice aged cheese. And all that. Yeah. Well, maybe. Okay, I see that.
We're missing some cheese. I believe we're missing some cheese.
It's funny because it's not behind lock and key like the razors. Yeah.
Mushrooms are virtually impossible to overcook because of their molecular structure. Carrie's not buying that one.
Yeah, they can. They can be. I disagree with that one. Yeah.
I'm on 39 of 80. You want me to keep going?
That's unbelievable, Gina. That you're on 39. That's unbelievable. I don't believe it.
You should believe it. Let's see. Vegans narrowly missed being called benivores. The term vegan was coined in November 1944 when a group of non-dairy vegetarians got together to discuss non-dairy vegetarian diets and lifestyles. The group, which grew into the Vegan Society, toyed with the names Dairy Ban, Vitan, and Benivore before settling on vegan.
Now let's see. Let me speculate.
Okay.
What is it?
Benivore, like not an omnivore.
So that would make me believe that what they mean is you get great benefits from this kind of a diet.
Possibly.
So that's why we're benivores. But what was the other one?
Vitan, which is a Flash Gordon character.
Or
like
Dairy
Flash Gordon.
Ban, which is pretty self-explanatory.
Dairy Ban is a bad one.
But they settled on vegan, which is the first 3 and last 2 letters of vegetarian, vegan. You didn't know a group got together and decided that. All right, what are we going to call ourselves?
I know. We'll call ourselves Mormons. No.
The fuzz on peaches protects them from rotting. That's why it's there.
The fuzz on my face protects me from rotting.
I'm only on 47 of 80.
I think
I will keep going until you tell me to stop.
Just a couple of things. We can continue this list later, or maybe this texter is right. Quarantine has broken you guys. Maybe.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Ripe cranberries can bounce.
Ripe ones?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah, they're an obnoxious little berry.
And what do they call the place where they grow cranberries, Gina?
I don't know, a bush?
A bog.
A bog. Oh, that's right.
Cranberry bog. They grow them in big boggy mess of water.
And sometimes in Canada, the bogs freeze over with the cranberries in them, and people ice skate on them. They play hockey.
Really?
That's true. I've seen that. Yeah.
Oklahoma's state vegetable is a watermelon.
Oh, you're still going.
All right.
Well, tell me to stop.
Well, let's take a break.
Okay. I've got plenty more. We're here till 11.
Quarantine has truly broken us.
Yep.
That's all. This texter is right.
Mm-hmm.
This texter is right. Greg wants to know if you will ever eat cheese.
No.
Ever in your life.
I don't have to. Why do I have to?
He's just wondering if you will ever, break down one day. And
if my husband hasn't gotten me to eat it to this point, I'm probably not.
Has he really tried?
Yeah.
And you won't do it even for him?
Why do I have to? Where
for
is
him! For him!
How does it hurt him, me not eating cheese? There's more for him if I don't have it.
He walks around with a wound in his heart because you won't... I make these wonderful cheese dishes and she just won't eat them.
No.
Yes, Gina has Mexican food without cheese. Yes, she does.
It's possible.
And pizza without cheese.
It's
she
possible.
People are responding now to this.
Yeah.
And they're just shocked. All right. Well, let's take a break. And maybe we'll continue the list after this, or maybe you'll call and check in and prevent it.
Yeah, please, please, for the love of God, call for some Hello Yeah What or something.
Yeah.
So that we cannot have any more of this list.
Aren't you curious about how Japanese chefs created a $920 hamburger?
No.
You want to know how that happened?
No.
Well, unless you call in, we'll find out.
877-602-9696. That's the number, 877-602-9696. Why don't you call us with a fabulous food fact?
All right.
877-602-9696.
KXRK Provo.
The views expressed.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable. Scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my my fan.
Said, "Oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?"
Right.
Yeah. How do we know
Moab.
that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too big?
I didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Because on this day,
In 1964, Jimmy Chamberlin, the drummer for the Smashing Pumpkins, was born. I believe that was Rhinoceros.
yes, it was. All right, 10:05. Now, Gina started this list about food facts.
Unbelievable food facts. I'm on 53 of 80 unbelievable food facts.
So here's what's going on. Either you call and check in or hello, yeah, what, whichever you prefer, or she will continue this list. So now I've got someone here who says, I'm listening to 11, keep the list going.
You mean you want to know how Japanese chefs created a $920 burger?
Well, you'll find out unless you call in and stop it. So it's 877-602-9696. And we'll... Huh?
I'm afraid that I will be unable to participate.
Is it that bad?
Too bad of a delay.
Yep. I don't know what's going on here. I've reset it and reset it and reset it. I'm on some sort of weird delay here. And it's my internet here, I'm sure, but I've rebooted the modem. I've tried everything. I don't know.
Try it one more time.
Is
One more
anyone
time.
in your house on the internet?
It was even worse that time, Carrie. You said try it one. I saw your face say try it one more time, and then 4 seconds later I heard it. I'll shut it.
Yeah, just one more time. Give it one more shot. All right. Let's go
And
ahead.
we'll talk to
Go ahead and
Aaron
do
and
it.
Wendover
Okay,
while
go ahead
we
and do
do
it. We'll take
right.
it from here.
All right.
So it's
You know, if anything does in the 10 o'clock hour going to 11, it will be this.
it'll be the internet.
It'll be Bill's internet specifically, because for some reason every
And
day
he keeps forgetting to turn his mic off. Have you got his pot turned down, Gina? Or Katie? Sorry.
he made me snort. Because he was going to swear. I know he was.
Oh, yeah, he was. All right, well, like I said, the list will continue unless 877-602-9696 check-ins and hello, yeah, what's happened. Karen from Wendover is first.
Hello, yeah, what?
Well, I was going to call with say Bill, but then when she mentioned that hamburger, I got real curious.
You would like to know how Japanese chefs created the $920 burger.
Not that I want to eat one or spend that much money, but yeah.
Well, now I'm not sure what to do because I thought the phone callers were supposed to stop the list and not encourage it.
Well, they can request. They can encourage. They can either discourage or encourage. How about that? Okay, chefs at the Oak Door Steakhouse in Tokyo's Grand Hyatt Hotel created a $900 burger in honor of the Crown Prince's coronation. A massive Wagyu beef hamburger weighing 106 ounces, that's about 3 pounds. Whoa. A gold-dusted bun. It feeds 6 to 8 people with a bottle of wine thrown in for free. I don't think you throw it in for free when you're paying $900 for a burger. And I never understand the gold dust thing on foods.
It's just rich people who are just, flowing it in your face. Just this is how rich I am. I can eat
I'm
gold.
eating gold. Yeah. So there you go, Karen.
Gina, I don't think either one of us can eat that one.
No, I'm not.
Not if there's cheese on it, for God's sake.
Hell no.
Thanks,
Thanks,
you, Karen.
Have a good day, guys.
All right. Well, the list will continue. Why are we having all these problems
I don't
here?
know if that's
I don't
Bill.
understand. It could be Bill. Yeah.
I'll just play it again.
Yeah, it says Radio from Hell TV is playing music and showing the commercial screen, but they can also hear us. So something is going on everywhere where there's technical issues. 877-602-9696. We'll go to Bryce.
Hello.
Hi.
Bryce, do you want to know the Guinness World Record for eating blueberries, stuffing a certain number of blueberries in your mouth? The Guinness Book of World Records blueberry food stuffing event.
I don't really know what I would ever do with that information in my life, but I mean, yeah, let's hear it.
Well, no, the calls were supposed to stop the list.
But Carrie, don't you want to know?
All right.
David Rush from Boise, Idaho, in June of 2019, crammed 124 blueberries in his mouth without swallowing any. His valiant efforts were the sport of STEM education. Stuffing blueberries, 124. Now, I don't know how they proved. I guess he had to maybe reproduce them to show he didn't swallow them. But that's the record. Aren't you glad you called?
Yeah, I'm real glad. I mean, the reason I did call was to end the list of all those amazing fun facts that we all needed to know. But what I wanted to know is what kind of bourbon Bill drinks.
I believe he likes... Oh, there he is.
I'm back. Let's see if this will work. I'm sorry, I've been having internet problems here. Old Forester. Now, I think there are only 2 Old Forester brands in the store. I think one of them is 86 proof and one of them is 100 proof. And I buy the 100 proof one. I could probably even grab the bottle and show it to you if you're looking at x96.com/live.
I think you should stay put and not bump anything.
You just drink bourbon because you're too old to drink tequila now, huh?
I never cared that much for tequila. I have drunk my fair share of tequila, but I never really liked it that much.
Tequila, a wonderful little beverage, is a paloma. And there are many ways that you can make the paloma, but it mostly involves grapefruit juice. But we found a nice, trashy little way to do that is just squirt soda. Squirt soda and tequila with some fruit in it. It's a trashy little version, but it's delicious.
And then I don't know who this is we're talking to, but
this is Tim. No,
Tim.
it's Bryce. Bryce.
Bryce. I don't drink, as a general rule, I don't drink mixed drinks either very much. I'll drink a gin martini occasionally. I like that. And occasionally I'll use my bourbon and make an old-fashioned, a Manhattan. But mostly I just like to drink bourbon with a little bit of ice. And the reason for that is I like the way alcohol tastes. I don't, you know.
Yeah. I think if you're going to mix a drink, you should just get a 44-ounce cup and just mix it with Jack and gin.
Jack and gin.
That sounds like a terrible combination. I don't care.
Which one is the mixer in that?
Yeah.
That's the mixed drink there. I don't know. You can
The ice.
50-50, I guess.
All right, Bryce. Thank you.
Thanks, Bryce.
Get that liver
Thanks
looked
for
at.
letting me listen, guys.
All right, Bryce. Let's go to, let's see. Oh, we're going to have to take a break. But we'll be back. We have a couple of people online to stop the food list.
But I can tell you the world record for guzzling tomato ketchup. I have that ready to go. It's in the chamber.
Well, if the phone calls end, we'll find out. Coming up after these. Stand by. Manscaped.com.
Yeah, listen, it's Father's Day coming up. And if you want to get something nice for Dad, consider Manscaped. Now, we've talked about the personal grooming trimmer for trimming your hair down there and for your goatee. But now Manscaped has a nose hair trimmer as well, which is nice because it is a rechargeable nose hair trimmer. It's got a little stand with it. It comes in a little bag, and it's very, very nice and very effective.
It
so it'll
charged
be a
up
really
very
nice
quickly.
Father's Day.
Yeah.
Did it? I
Yeah,
haven't
very
tried
quick.
to charge it yet.
Yeah.
It's but I used it yesterday, and it works quite well, and it's perfect for Father's Day from Manscaped. There are lots of other products at their website for Dad, too, so what you should do is go to manscaped.com and use the code X96. You'll get 20% off, you'll get free shipping, and a free gift from Manscaped.
Father's Day.
Hello, X96. Oh, hello, Bert. Bert, calm down, okay? Look, hang on a sec, okay? We'll talk to you on the speakerphone. Hang on just a second. Bill, it's Bert.
Oh, man. Bert, again? That's the third time this week.
Come on now, the guy's going through some real tough stuff right now. We may be the only friends he has left.
Well, why can't he call and cry to Dom?
Dom DeLuise has deserted him, too. I mean, look, let's talk to him. I mean, he's really hurt.
Oh, all right. Put him on the speakerphone. Okay. Hi, Bert. It's Carrie and Bill.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Bet you're real excited about that Cop and a Half movie finally coming out, Bert.
Bill, Cop and a Half has been out for a year, and it was a stiff. Bert, I saw that movie. It was great. I bought my own copy. You were great. That kid sucked.
Yeah, sorry, Bert.
Thank you.
Well, hey, how's Lonnie doing?
Bill, Lonnie dumped him some time ago. Don't listen to him. She's a lying bitch, Bert. You're better off without her. And she looks like hell. Yeah, she looks like a mortician does her makeup.
Yeah, she looks awful, Bert. Not like you. You look great these days.
Yeah.
Saw you on Evening Shade the other night, Bert. Hey, you doing something different to your hair?
His hair fell out years ago. Nobody can tell, Bert. It looks great. Very natural.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice. You must be paying big money for those rugs.
Oh, listen, Bert, I'm real sorry. I mean, you call us up so that we can cheer you up, and, well, I just don't think we're doing a very good job.
No.
Bert, is there another old friend that you can call?
I know, Bert. You ought to call Dinah. What's Dinah Shore doing?
Way to go, Einstein. Dinah Shore has been dead for months.
Oh. Well, how about we have him call Sally Field? Is she still alive?
You idiot.
All right, 10:19 right now. And again, the amazing food fact list will continue if you stop calling in at 877-602-9696.
But I've got it right here. The world record for guzzling tomato ketchup. I can give you that information right now.
All right. So, okay, well, let's see.
I would prefer you kept it to yourself.
877-602-9696. Tim the Tree Guy.
Hello, yeah, what?
Good morning, y'all.
Hi, Tim.
Morning.
So I totally believe that the watermelon is the vegetable for Oklahoma because that's where I'm originally from, and I guarantee you the diet of all my family is awful. They eat terrible things. But we have fun shindigs and bonfires and stuff like that when I was a kid. But other than that, watermelon is very important to people in Oklahoma. Very important.
And it's not a terrible food. That's a delicious food. You should be proud of watermelon.
It's water and sugar, and that's it.
That's
Exactly.
all you need. What is the fruit for Utah? What is the state fruit for Utah? Do we know?
I bet it's a peach. Let me look.
Cling peaches?
You think it's a peach?
Or a cherry, maybe? I'll look.
Ivy wants to know how you ended up here.
My family moved me out here when I was 12, and I've been here ever since. And
They went back. They went back to Oklahoma. But
a lot of them did. No, I can't imagine moving away from the mountains and everything. It's just an awesome place, you know. I love it. Where else can you snow ski in the morning and water ski in the afternoon?
And enjoy the state fruit, the cherry, anytime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
Is it the Montmorency cherry?
It's not a specific cherry, it's just a cherry?
It's just a cherry.
I wonder how that happened. All right.
Anyway,
well, thank you,
guys
Tim.
enjoy your day.
Thank you for stopping the list a little bit longer. 877-602-9696.
I don't know why you're so against this list.
To Tyler.
Hello, yeah, what?
Tyler.
Hello.
Hello.
So I just wanted to contribute to the list because it will continue until morale improves, along with the meetings. So
that's right.
The coffee bean is actually a seed. So
Tyler is contending this list.
You say it's not a fruit?
It is not a fruit.
Are you some sort of coffee expert?
No. It was just a random fact that a guy at work told me, so I was passing it along.
Wait a minute. A random fact that a guy at work told you, and you believe that over my list.
Yes.
Okay.
Random guy at work wins.
He also gets medical suggestions from this random guy at work, too.
No, I don't trust him that much.
So here's what it says. Coffee is a fruit. You probably know this already, but don't think about it often. Coffee is a fruit that grows on a tree, even though we call them coffee beans. They are seeds of red, juicy, cherry-like coffee fruit.
Fruit.
So they're the pit.
Yeah, because there's a shell around the coffee bean. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's what it's referring to.
They look kind of like cherries. They're red. Mm-hmm. They call them coffee berries, as a matter of fact. So your friend is up in the night and tell him you're not his friend anymore.
No, not a friend, Bill. Random guy at work. That's different than a friend.
All right. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you.
877-602-9696. The list will continue unless you stop it. Mackenzie.
Hello, yeah, what?
Hey guys, good morning.
Hi, Mackenzie.
Hi.
So I don't know if I can say what my topic is because I was told I'm not supposed to swear, but I'm founder and owner of a group called.
Careful.
We'll just call it biddies and brews. If that helps you to understand what the first part of the name is.
Is it bitches?
Yes, it is.
Well, you can say that. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, yeah, I run Bitches and Brews.
All right.
And so I thought, this list and the fact that people are adding to the list, a little bit boring. But Bitches and Brews are always exciting.
Well, what are Bitches and Brews?
So it's a group of, right now it's me and my bitches, which are my female dogs. But we do a lot of events and stuff with local breweries and other people in the beer industry. We homebrew. We teach people about home brewing and about beer and try to get more than just white dudes with beards involved in the beer community.
They get white girls with beards involved.
We have a few of those. Totally. They put on hop beards. They make their beard out of hops, and so it's really cool. Right now, we haven't had as much going on because of the whole quarantine, of course. It's kind of hard to go to events and create events without somewhere to have them.
Yeah, there are no events.
You can do in a quarantine, though. You can read a list. Not quarantine averse. Perfectly acceptable to read lists in the quarantine.
That's true, but I feel like drinking beer with a bunch of bitches, I don't know, it's just a little bit more fun. a little more exciting.
Everything goes better with bitches. Everything goes better with bitches. That's what I say.
I appreciate that, Bill. I feel the same.
All right, Mackenzie. Thank you. Thank you.
You guys have a good one.
Mackenzie, I'm excited about your organization. I will say, however, I think the list is a little bit more interesting than your phone call. All right. Let's go to Joe.
That was so bitchy of you.
Hello, yeah, what?
Joe, go ahead.
This is for you, Carrie. I'm just wondering what you think about DC Comics and now all the smaller mom-and-pop comic shops boycotting them because of what they've been doing.
Oh, are we going to get into this inside baseball kind of thing?
What have they been doing?
Okay, here's what's happened. All those years ago, there was a group called Diamond Distributing, and they pretty much have a monopoly on. They get the comic books from the publishers, and then they send the comic books to all the stores. So, and it was pretty much a monopoly for a long time. Well, then the COVID happened, and Diamond said it's not safe for our employees. We're shutting down. So comic book stores were not getting comic books. Well, DC decided that they were going to do their own distributing. So they started to get their comics back into the comic book stores quicker. And now Diamond is back and says, okay, we're going to start delivering again. And DC has said, screw you. We're done with you. We're going to do our own thing. And I know that some comic book stores are not happy about it because it makes it a little more expensive and harder to get. I don't really have an opinion on any of it. I know that the comic book stores are not happy, and so I usually side with the comic book stores.
Yeah, I know several comic book store owners out here, and it just puts their small businesses in a bind when a large organization does this to them.
Yeah, it's costing them more but DC Comics are, the big two, Marvel and DC. You got to have your DC Comics in your comic book store if you want to have customers. So it's unfortunate that it's happening, but there you go. Thanks, DC. All right,
Joe. Well, thank you. I just wanted your opinion.
All right, thanks, Joe.
Thanks for explaining that. That was a very clear and concise explanation.
I tried to dumb it down as much as possible. It's one of those inside baseball things.
It worked. It worked.
All right. We'll take a break and we'll be back. Do you think you'll be able to do news?
I don't know. This is so glitchy, and I don't know what to do about it.
We'll just let you go. Carrie and I won't comment on the news. We'll just let you go for a time, and then you'll do the news, and then
that would be terrible, though.
We'll try. We'll give it a try. Right. After these coming up. X96. The best news that I received in New York, well, the best thing that I learned, okay, is that I never have to go on a cruise again.
Good news, everyone.
That's good. Oh, I
Good
know why.
news, everyone.
I know why. Yeah.
Why?
We went out to Liberty Island, and this is the second time now that Sue has gotten seasick.
You go on a ferry out there.
Yeah. One time before is we took a cruise around the bay up in Seattle. She was just completely messed up the rest of that trip. And this time, it was our last day in New York. We went out, and she got seasick and was just miserable the rest of the day. So that is some great news. I never will have to go on a cruise. I've been on one. I'm not a cruise guy.
Yeah.
You know, you're
no matter
either
how old you get,
you are a cruise person or you're not a cruise person, and that's all there is to it.
I've never been on a cruise, but I'm worried I would get on a cruise and discover that I am not a cruise
My wife
person.
got quite seasick on a cruise. I think I would enjoy a cruise if it were the right one.
Well, now, see, that's the thing, is that a friend of mine, my friend next door, neighbor, Buckley, he came over and he said, there's this cruise that we go on every year in October that I think you'd have a lot of fun, and you and Sue should come with us. It's a Halloween cruise to Mexico, and people just get rip-roaring drunk, and they're running around in costumes. And I said, well, two things. I don't think so, because that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
I'm trapped on a
That doesn't
boat
really.
with a bunch of lunkheads.
But there's booze.
And second of all...
That doesn't make everything better.
Yeah, believe it
Really?
or not.
No.
Believe it or not. Because, there are just some people who drink I don't like to be around.
Yeah.
And I'll bet they're the same kind of people who like to dress up in Halloween costumes, I mean, imagine being locked in Port of Call on Halloween for 3 days.
Say no more.
See, the worst kind of cruise are those. I mean, do you want to go on a booze cruise? You don't.
You don't.
I'm telling you,
It sounds
you don't.
like a good idea.
You just don't want to. Those things that they label as booze cruises.
Didn't you guys go on one in Mexico?
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
We went in Hawaii.
And it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was just terrible. But there's these small cruise companies that are real high end that I think it'd be kind of. Or I'd like to do. There are river cruises where they do cruise adventures on the great rivers of Europe and things like that. I think that'd be.
Now that'd be okay.
A cruise of the Rhine on a boat with maybe it's like 100 other people or something like that with high-end gourmet meals, but they're expensive.
But I have been spared the hardship that is the cruise. Yeah. So thank you, Sue. Thank you, Sue, for being seasick, for being a landlubber. Thank you.
She doesn't have sea legs?
No sea legs. .33 right now, and it is time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by Gina.
Mina shakshuka Moroccan tomato sauce. I don't know what my husband's going to do with this, but it's Moroccan tomato sauce.
Gina, you were disappointed in that David Fincher film list. David Fincher said, here are 26 films, my favorite 26 films, and you were just disappointed that there wasn't one kind of odd choice there. They were all mostly pretty mainstream films that everybody's heard of. So you were disappointed in that, but I just heard from his people. He left one off. It should have been 28 films. Yeah, it's The Ghost and Mr. Chicken.
Well, yes.
Don Don Knotts.
He's a Don Knotts fan.
The Ghost and Mr. Chicken.
And I have been roundly corrected. Boatniks is on Disney Plus. All right.
The Ghost of Mr. Chicken is my all-time favorite Don Knotts movie.
Come on. Instead of the incredible Mr. Limpet?
Yeah, I have such an attraction to this movie. It's ridiculous. I don't know.
But what about the reluctant astronaut?
That's really great. It really is.
Come on. Now, come on. The shakiest gun in the West.
Again,
the shakiest gun in the West.
Again, wonderful. But something sits in my heart where the Ghost of Mr. Chicken was just the ultimate best thing that Don Knotts ever did for me.
I'm going to organize this at my house, and my family will hate me. I'm going to have a Don Knotts Film Festival.
Please.
Katie will come over.
Let's do a Radio from Hell one.
But that means you'll have to see the Apple Dumpling Gang, right? Or are these just, standalone? No teaming with Tim Conway. Standalone Don Knotts. Okay.
And I think anything Don Knotts is in, from his humble beginnings
to that
as a bit actor. And maybe we'll even show some episodes of Three's Company. Just, Mr. Furley.
All right. I'm
when I was
IMDbing Don Knotts. Hang on.
So when I was in graduate school, I believe Don Knotts went to college in West Virginia, as I recall. And I know this because a friend of mine, so the guy who told me this is a famous playwright. He wrote the play Agnes of God, and he was a classmate of mine at Penn State. His name is John Peelmeyer. And he said, yeah, I went to the same college that Don Knotts went to, and that's for undergraduate work, and I was trained there as an actor, as Don Knotts was in their theater program. And he said, and what's really great is that Don Knotts comes back. Obviously, he was still alive back then. He comes back to the university every summer and does Shakespeare. And his Hamlet was incredible.
No.
And I said, really? That's amazing. Now this is a story being told to me in all seriousness by this guy who is really a great playwright. He made his fortune pretty much with that one play, Agnes of God, that was turned into a movie. And he said, yeah, his Hamlet last summer, and I go back and see it every year, go back and see the Shakespeare every year because he's so great. And his Hamlet was incredible. And I said, what, he played Hamlet, or did he play Polonius, or who did he play? And he said, God, you're stupid, and walked away.
Well, you'd
I'm
start.
just going, ooh.
Yeah, you'd start with No Time for Sergeants.
Yeah,
that would be a start.
Was Andy Griffith in that?
Yes, he was the star.
Yeah,
but and then go to another army when Wake Me When It's Over. He had a small part in It's a Mad, 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 Mad World as nervous motorist.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's typecasting, isn't it?
Then you could go right into The Incredible Mr. Limpet, which he stars in. Then The Ghost and Mr. Chicken. Then The Reluctant Astronaut. Then The Shakiest Gun in the West. And then
That's
The Love
classic.
God. Yeah, then The Love God he was in.
Oh, yeah.
And How to Frame a Fig, and then that would be like a full weekend, I think, for you.
Well, more than that. Now, The Love God, that was his big. So he had a huge hit with The Shakiest Gun in the West, which displayed his. So he decided he was going to try and do something a little bit weightier, and he did The Love God, and it was a flop.
Now, you could do then a second version. You could start with the Apple Dumpling Gang, then go to No Deposit, No Return, which is a Disney movie. Then Gus, the football playing mule.
That's my favorite.
Field goal kicker.
Then Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo. And then of course Hot Lead and Cold Feet.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm getting word from David Fincher's people.
Yes.
We are to never mention his name again on this show.
David Fincher or Don Knotts?
David Fincher. We are never. You guys have ruined my reputation.
Oh, man.
We're done. Did you know that the greater short-horned lizard uses a bizarre self-defense strategy? It shoots blood from its eyes. The ominous squirting blood from ducts of the corners of his eyes is meant to confuse would-be predators.
I'm confused.
And it's a what again?
It's the greater short-horned lizard, which lives in the deserts of Utah.
Well, I've had some general managers that were of that breed then, because they, I have been, yeah.
Let's see, where are we here? I'm having an awfully difficult time because of the internet problems here.
Well, I'm ready to assist you with world record guzzling tomato ketchup facts.
And you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay. It's just the timing is quite off, and I'm sorry for that. Harry Potter star Daniel Radcliffe has responded to J.K. Rowling's anti-trans comments, saying he felt compelled to speak up and tell fans transgender women are women. Any statement to the contrary erases the identity and dignity of transgender people and goes against all advice given by professional health care associations who have far more expertise on this matter than either Joe or I do, Daniel Radcliffe said. A day earlier, J.K. Rowling, of course, the author of the Harry Potter books, and Daniel Radcliffe, of course, famous for being Harry Potter, she retweeted or tweeted an article from Devix.com titled, "Creating a More Equal Post-COVID World for People Who Menstruate," and added her own commentary saying, quote, "People who menstruate. I'm sure there used to be a word for these people. Someone help me out. Woomben? Wimpud? Woommud?" Many fans were disappointed in Rowling's erasure of transgender women, saying her beliefs go against core philosophies of a series that taught about the importance of love, equality, and fighting against discrimination. These are apparently. Then she doubled down. J.K. Rowling did.
Yeah.
If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth, she tweeted. She says she's empathetic to trans people, but she ignored the issues they raised about her statements.
Well, there was quite a bit of this on Geek Twitter over the past couple of days, and one of the responses I saw was, you just have to maybe learn to separate the artist from the art. I know this because I'm a fan of Ender's Game.
The worst part of it was she didn't read the article before she commented on it, because it was an article about how difficult it is for women who are menstruating to come across the pads and things that they need when we're in quarantine. It was a story about actually a menstruation story. It didn't have anything to do with trans or not trans, or she for some reason made it into that issue unnecessarily. Now I need to stop you here, Bill, quickly.
Yeah.
Because
is it ketchup time?
Well, our good friends at McCool's Public House want to remind you that you can enjoy a whole extra hour of Radio from Hell. You're enjoying it right now. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're not enjoying it at all until I tell you that McCool's would like you to enjoy it. Now this will be better. McCool's Public House.
I should go there now.
Well, they'll be open soon.
Right this minute.
All right. Well, let's take a break, and then you can plot your course to McCool's and figure out the best and most effective route to get there. Maybe Gina can look at the UDOT traffic cameras and find a nice direct route. the McCools. We will take a break, and we will be back after these. X96.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. You know, we do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling the doctor. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus. Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are two radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that! Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay. Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay.
10:49, and if the chat room is to be believed, people are hearing about this J.K. Rowling story from us first. That's interesting.
Really? It's been out a couple days, actually.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. And I thought I saw something this morning, I was just looking for it, that said this isn't the first time she's made some comments about transgender people.
Yeah, she's done it before.
Separating the artist from the art. I think that's it's a difficult concept sometimes.
It is.
I kind of lost my taste for Woody Allen movies after all of that stuff came out. But I also just kind of lost interest in them because there have been so many, and but then there are I've mentioned this before. There's a poet, his name is Ezra Pound, or he's not alive anymore. But I was so disappointed to find that he was a Nazi sympathizer and anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
and yet he wrote some just beautiful poetry, which I still love, and I can't not love the poetry.
I think it's hard if you fall in love with the art before you find out about, because that love for that art is already there, and then you find the information out. But I think you can choose not to support it after you find, don't spend money on things that are associated with it after the fact. But you can still appreciate the art.
I brought mine up before. Belushi is notorious for saying that women aren't funny except for Gilda. And I'm like, okay, that's just wrong. And Hunter Thompson did not treat women well at all. Yeah. But Chris Evans, he seems like a good guy, and he's Captain America.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the ketchup fact?
Yes.
Okay. This is, if you've just joined us, this is Gina's amazing food fact list.
Coffee is a fruit and other unbelievably true food facts. Number 55 out of 80. Andre Oldorf of Germany holds the world record for guzzling tomato ketchup. Real tomato ketchup, Eddie? Real tomato ketchup. Drinking the condiment through a straw, he downed an entire bottle of ketchup in 17.53 seconds. The feat was achieved on the 30th of November, 2017.
Questions, many. Why would he do it through a straw? Why wouldn't he just guzzle it?
Because it's thick. It probably goes faster through a straw than guzzling it. I don't know.
No, I would think that if you guzzled it, you'd be able to do it in less than 17 minutes.
Was that worth the wait?
No.
No?
I'm sorry, did you do it? Did you do that fact? What was it? Something about ketchup or something? I don't know.
Tea bags were an accident.
Tea bags were an accident?
No kidding.
Thomas
I've always
Sullivan,
said that.
Thomas Sullivan, a New York tea merchant, started to send samples of his tea to his customers in small silken bags in 1908. Rather than empty out the contents, people assumed the entire bag should be put in the pot. It was through this mistake that the tea bag was born. There, you didn't know that, did you?
Well, I'll be damned.
Okay, now that was one on the list that I actually enjoyed.
Isn't that nice?
Okay.
We made tea bags fun.
Well, they were fun before that. It's just the crouching that's the not fun part.
The tea bagging? I mean the tea bags.
Ooh, this one's weird. Blood can substitute eggs in recipes?
What?
It says, don't try this at home, but eggs and blood have similar protein compositions and both have coagulant properties. Based on these similarities, a lab has developed vampire recipes for sourdough blood pancakes, blood ice cream, blood meringue, and chocolate blood sponge cake.
That's why they say eggs are thicker than water.
It's the old saying.
That was an unbelievable food fact, wasn't it?
I didn't hear most of it.
You got another one?
You want more? No. Americans eat more than 20 pounds of onions a year. You don't think you eat that many onions?
No, we do. At our house, we do, yeah.
Hot and cold water.
I'm having an onion right now.
Hot and cold water sound different when you're pouring them into a glass. Think about that. They have a different sound.
As an old Foley man from way back, I should know that.
Mm-hmm. What is that, water, Bill?
Yeah.
Sounded pretty good. One more.
Want more?
And then we'll do the promo and get out of here.
Okay. Bananas are radioactive.
No.
Bananas are rich in potassium, a mineral that balances water levels in the body as well as keeping blood pressure healthy. A small proportion of that potassium is unstable radioactive form. You are swallowing it along with regular potassium every time you eat fruit. I knew there was a reason I don't eat bananas. They're radioactive.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Text here. I'm willing to make cookies out of my own blood. I've always wanted to do this after my boyfriend told me this fact.
Well, they knew the fact?
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay. You want to do the promo and then we can get out of here? Katie's gonna have to splice it together. So, splice. That's a fun term. We made it to Thursday. Let's relax a little and ease the mind with Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
We like to play a fun game at 7 a.m. on Thursday's show. It's called Beat Gina, but to keep it fair, the topic will not be shared until tomorrow.
Now, I used to ask you to offer a prize for me if you wanted to play, but instead of a prize, I want you to support a local business or restaurant, so just tell us where you plan on spending your money.
And this just in, confirmed, 10:15, Channel 2's Mary Nichols will be with us for her weekly update.
So don't miss Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. All right.
Sorry about the delays.
That's okay. Our sign-off is sponsored. Thank you for listening. Now we're going to go enjoy the first drink of the day. Thanks, McCool's Public House.
Thank you. All right. We good? All business? I think we got everything, right? Okay. Well, live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Everything's better with bitches.
Good job, Katie. Corey is next.